Welcome in and welcome back. Welcome to Cooterville, aka Everyday with Jay. Good to see some of you. Happy Sunday. This is church service on Sunday. I'm just kidding. So we're playing a new game today. Welcome in, guys. We got Lingo. So we have another creator that we play Bajingo with. Her name is Beej, aka BJ, allegedly with Brittany J. She is like the low class, if you will, John and Lauren. So we have Bajingo, but now we have transformed to Lingo. So welcome into our very first game of Lingo. That's right. Welcome in, Brady. Good to see you, Eddie. Thank you for making the live today. Hello, Nikki. We're going to go over the board in just a second. If you'd like to play at home, if you're on a PC and you want to play at home, it is pinned at the top of your chat. Maria, good to see you. Jada, LSU. Miss Nonsense. Did that link work, Nonsense? Because I can't see it on my end. I love an evolving product. I know, me too. Me too. It makes the reviewing a little more fun. Good morning, Alexis C., or afternoon, wherever you may be. Hello. Oh, we need Lejingo. You're right. I should have named it Lejingo because it's Lauren and John. You're right. So pretend there's a J in there. Lejingo. Welcome to Lejingo. Oh, it didn't even pop up. Is Streamlabs even working? Wake up, Streamlabs. Good morning, people. We need to wake up.
Wake up.
It's working for you, Robbie? I can't see Streamlabs. Hey, Riley Bautista. Stop with all the chit. Look at this shit. Look how people come in. Riley Bautista. Stop with all the chit chat. For that, I'm just going to fucking chit chat even longer. So, thanks for the like. Or thanks for the view, I guess. You see Streamlabs? Oh, there he is. Ashwee, thank you for the sub. There, he woke up, see? We just had to wake him up.
Wop, 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 wop. That fuck him up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff.
All right, so Lejingo, here is our Lejingo board. Hello, Captain Kurt. On the Lejingo board today is cyberbullying, stalker, retaliation, bullying, private texts, Jimmy Stewart, privacy, masked turmoil, tongue flip, conformity, depends, meaning the diapers, MS, fear, kind and warm, proton emails, 9-hour live, can't sleep, Grayson, critiqued, Salem, Mass, Salem, Massachusetts. I couldn't fit all that on there with all the, with the lisp. Salem, Massachusetts. But we've got it on there. Salem, Mass, smear campaign, blood pressure, sins of our mother, and victims' families. That is on the Lejingo board. So Lingo works just like the game of bingo, and you should get the hang of it as we go. Let me fix this box here so we can see your chats. Thank you so much for the super chat, Nikki. Thank you for that. She says, chit your chat. Belango, Babe, Lauren, bingo. So this has been filtered, yes. So this is the Disney rendition of Bajingo, Lajingo, Hidden True Crime, Disney version, I guess. Schmear. Hey, Phantom. Hey, Francisco. Feed 'em beans. Okay, so here we go. We're going to get started. Keep your eye on the Bajingo board. We do get the turkeys come out of the cage when we get a bingo. What's the other thing? And if I miss anything, use the red X emoji and let me know what I missed, because sometimes I miss checking off Z board. But we have the free space. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Now is a great time to do so. So again, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in, close your legs, and let's do this. This is the Patreon Live that was put on their site October the 16th.
We're recording.
Okay.
Hello, subscribers.
Okay, so right here, it wasn't live. Nonsense, that just answered our question. We're recording. We're recording. Not we're live. We're recording.
For making it happen.
So this was
Let's say
also
thank you
pre-recorded?
for making it happen. Thank you.
These people, I'm telling you. Kale, thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Lauren's abused eyebrows. Okay, here we go. I know the filter is wild, but you know, you got to transform, you got to do a little transformation.
We're recording.
Okay.
Hello, subscribers. Hello, hello. Hello, Patreons. This is going to be a Patreon only because I did a 9-hour live. When did I do that 9-hour live? I can't believe it was 9 hours.
Wednesday.
Did a 9-hour live all throughout the night. And hi, babe.
Hey.
Um,
I know. I
many
can't believe you
people-
did that.
I can't either, actually. Guys, I'm a girl that goes to bed at 8 p.m. And I knew I had to do that live. And I had been preparing it ever since I dismissed the case and knew I had to do it. And it was adrenaline that kept me going. At the end of the live,
9-hour live, I
told-
got it.
Grayson, it felt like 4 hours, and she agreed. And I think that was just because of adrenaline. So,
Yeah.
Of course, Grayson agreed. Oh, the 9 hours, it felt like 4 due to the adrenaline.
I was trying to put it in perspective, by the way. So you
We got Grayson.
like you and I have been on the sets of some documentaries. You know, when I did Sins of Our Mother,
Sins of Our Mother
even
on
though
the
I was
board.
in the actual film not that long,
He brings up his, look at 1 minute into the Patreon Live, and he's bringing up his performance on Sins of Our Mother. Like, Dick, I've been on Dateline, I've been on ID, I've been on shows. It doesn't make you any more fucking special than anyone else. Stop it. Why are you bringing this up?
they spent hours doing interviews with me, and the second follow-up interview, I think I was on the set for like 8 hours or something, maybe 9 hours.
Wow.
But it wasn't continuous,
Oh.
right? So, like, I mean, I'm trying to put in.
It's so grueling being on set, Dr. John. I've been on set for like 9 hours. Oh my God. Shut up.
Perspective, 9 continuous hours of a
The only reason you were there so long was because they had to get the wide angle lens, John.
show. So I would do a couple hours. There was a break, right? We had lunch. Like it was not like I showed up to the set. And I mean, I did record a lot, but I was trying to imagine what that would be like, and 2 hours.
Well, fortunately, you'll never probably have to go through that again, because I don't think that you're going to be getting any invites to any national shows anytime soon. Please use Peter Griffin filter for Dr. John. I didn't do this. Thank you for your super chat, CA, but I didn't do this. This came to me this way. I don't know how to do this. But whoever does know how to do it, maybe we can ask them to make Peter Griffin for the next one. Because I don't know. I don't think he's going to have this problem again, though.
Straight is pretty strenuous, but 9 is unbelievable. And so, congratulations.
Thank you.
That was really a
hidden true crime record.
Yeah, hidden true. That was,
and I think it's going to be our forever record because, like I said,
yeah.
I didn't set out to do a 9-hour live either. Like if I knew it was going to be 9 hours, I might have waited to the next day. We just
and then the other thing I was thinking about, to put it in perspective, and I'm gonna forgive me for saying for bringing this up, but I thought about, so remember the astronaut that like traveled.
maybe it's not the best.
Remember the astronaut that traveled to Florida and like the Depends? But that was like
so that was to murder someone, I think.
No.
So.
Well, she didn't end up succeeding at that,
But he, as a psychologist, you think it's funny that this lady was so obsessed and mentally ill that she did that? Y'all think that's funny, huh? People with credentials who are playing a doctor on YouTube would not laugh at something like that, especially if you think that that's happening to you. Oh, we got Depends. Where is it? Where are you? Depends.
Like,
No.
I'm just saying, in terms of like events where human beings are like, they're really focused on something.
Really focused on something.
for long periods of time, right? She was focused on getting to Florida to murder someone, but like, I was thinking about like her, and not because it's a similar analogy, but just in terms of like the stamina and like,
the stamina, right?
The Depends and like the food, right? Like she had to stop at some convenience marts, not to go to the bathroom because she was wearing Depends, right? But like she had to stop for like energy bars, right? And
if I had
energy bars, I don't even think they had energy bars back then. But yeah, she stopped for gas, moron. The only thing she needed was gas because she was wearing a fucking Depends.
hadn't had used the restroom during my 9-hour live. I did take one restroom break. You guys might suspect that, I was wearing Depends. Luckily, I didn't put on Depends, and I said, hey, I actually have to use the restroom, and we're not done here. So, Grace, why don't you play one more body cam? I'm taking off. I skipped.
Were you wearing Depends, Lauren? What the fuck? Is that what these people do to stand in line for court? Hold on. Let's think about the people who stood in line for court. Were they wearing Depends? There's some leakage. A nasty analogy, kind of like the one he used in the other one, my guess, where he used the underage girls doing things with their underage siblings, plural. Oh my God, she wore a fucking diaper. Swifties wear Depends at concerts. Unfortunately, that's true. Oh my God, we have leakage, literal leakage. New season, episode 1, Lauren Face, watch Snatched. P.S. behind a paywall. Thank you, Flo. That's in the first 4 minutes of the podcast.
I didn't put on Depends, and I said, hey, I actually have to use the restroom, and we're not done here. So, Grace, why don't you play one more body cam? I'm taking off. I skipped the Depends. But the focus, and there was a focus. I knew I was gonna have to do it. And let me clarify. When I keep saying I didn't know it was gonna be 9 hours, I did know that I was gonna go through everything. Like I knew it's still here. It's still sitting here. I knew I was gonna go through everything. I just didn't know that going through everything, we had it all right, but I didn't have a script, so I just had it all. And I just knew I had to get through all the evidence. I had to tell the whole story.
Hey,
if I was gonna do this, I was gonna half-ass it. Now people know I don't have the cleanest mouth either.
Yeah, obviously. You don't have the cleanest intentions either. Um, Lana, when she was live and we were going through Chico. Do you love it, Chico? When we were going through the 9-hour live, I jokingly said, you know those little those things you can take camping for a woman to pee in? You know, so they can squat, but it's like a little it looks like a genie in a bottle thing, but it's for urine. I'm like, no way. Is she holding that underneath the desk? A shiwi. Yeah, a funnel. Yes. A shiwi.
They learned that in that live. You don't know that, you haven't watched it, my dear sweet husband. What I mean is, I showed
Yeah, I
some
haven't.
things.
I
Yeah,
haven't watched it.
Love
I of
it.
course was getting updates real time, but it's just this has been so painful. This whole thing has just been so painful, and my blood pressure has been like through the roof, and
Yeah.
I went to see the doctor a few weeks ago, and he's like, I'm taking medication for blood pressure, and he's like, I don't know what's going on with you. Like, you got to get your blood pressure down, right? I'm like,
Oh, blood
I'm
pressure.
trying, I'm trying. I just to deal with that, I think it's been so stressful,
Did we get a tongue
just to
flip?
deal with any of this, that like people know that, I talk about when we do shows or when we do documentaries or
Goosey.
anything, like I basically throw myself into it completely. And then I don't want to watch it. I don't want to think about it. Like, I just want to be done. Like, I do my best and I don't want to critique myself afterwards.
I thought
Right,
we had
and
a
so,
tongue
like,
flip.
I will watch it eventually. So, but
will you?
it's just,
I mean,
I think, yeah, I don't right now. It's too.
I don't. Yeah, no. And when I say really, I say like, oh, are you sure? I'm like, really? Are you, because
Yeah, I will when I get some distance
I don't want
from
you to
it.
be re-traumatized. Like, it's just the whole thing is so traumatizing, and watching me is
Right.
going to be traumatizing for you. But you knew what I was doing. He knew what I was preparing with, and he knew that
Yeah.
Grayson was helping. And by the way, let me explain, everybody. Like, I still haven't gone home. I'm with my mother who's on hospice. I'm going to see really soon. And John and I decided to jump on because I haven't been on since I did the 9-hour live. And just to tell you guys how I'm doing, people have asked me to come on. I've had media reaching out, and I just haven't. I just need to take a break. I don't know night from day right now. I'm sleeping. I'm being with my mother.
This is so fucked up. I know y'all say he looks like Peter Griffin, and this is awful, and I'm going to hell, but I think he looks like Gypsy Rose's mama. He freaking does. Oh my God.
Grayson, our producer, appeared on Web Sleuths earlier. She's not here. I wasn't here when she appeared. That had nothing to do with us, by the way. She did not.
Bullshit. Bullshit. You set her up with Trisha Griffin back in July. You gave her Trisha Griffith's number and said, here's someone you can talk to that will tell you that these things they're saying about me aren't true. Hence, Trisha Griffith's declaration starts out, and I quote, Lauren is not a dramatic person. Lauren is not a dramatic person. But this had nothing to do with you, right? Had nothing to do with you. That she went on Web Sleuths, right? That she talks to Trisha Griffith every day, according to Grayson. But this had nothing to do with them, by the way. She didn't even know they were filming it. She had no clue. But she showed up in the live at the very end. She sure did.
My mother. Grayson, our producer, appeared on Web Sleuths earlier. She's not here. I wasn't here when she appeared. That had nothing to do with us, by the way. She did not speak for me or for Hidden True Crime, but this has affected Grayson a lot too. And she was going to be a witness, and she had a declaration in this. And so,
And speaking,
she decided to go on a show, and I said she could do that, just as long as she deserved that. We've been so worried about her. You guys have been so worried. The coughing's beginning.
Oh my God. Wait for this now. This is where the MS comes in. Oh, the coughing's beginning. She's going to claim that her Mormon Stories podcast took so long for them to edit because she couldn't stop coughing during it.
You guys have been so worried. The coughing's beginning.
She didn't cough during the 9-hour live. No, she did not. Sounds like a toddler trying to get their mom's attention by fake coughing.
You guys have been so worried. The coughing's beginning. People pointed that out on the live. They're like, "Oh, this is when your coughing started." I did get through the 9-hour live without coughing it, but here it goes again. So everyone can know now what it is. So
yeah, the coughing is tied to stress, and you've been on Norman Stories. You talked about the fact that you have MS, multiple sclerosis, and there have been, in my opinion, you have appointments coming up with neurologists. There have been flare-ups of your MS. It's gotten worse because of this. It's
gotten worse because of this. I'm not saying she don't have MS, but it's funny that she has something that really can't be proven, if you will, that has no outwardly symptoms that you would see, right? But if you have MS, you probably shouldn't be chugging pop and stuff. Like, you should probably take better care of yourself.
Sclerosis, and there have been,
Alabama.
in my opinion, you have appointments coming up with neurologists. There have been flare-ups of your MS. It's gotten worse because of this. It's affected your for lack of a better term, your disability with MS, and
for making it happen.
Wait, now she's disabled?
For making it happen. Thank you.
Nikki, cough, cough. I have the black lung. Cough, cough. Thank you, Nikki, for your super chat. Why does this even need...
the coughing's part of that, but, stress and MS are not a good combo. So it's been really hard for me to watch you go through this and to watch your health deteriorate to some degree. And it's just, the whole thing is, and it is, I feel better that we can talk about it on the one hand. On the other hand, I want people to know that we fought ferociously to keep this private. Our goal was always to keep this private. We came in to make it. We came in from the start with this as being a private case. We were vigorously defending keeping our privacy intact until Law and Crime came in, and the media request was granted in spite of our, in spite of our very, very rigorous objections to.
Damn, I can't believe that Law and Crime isn't on the LINGO board.
Not having our privacy in this matter. Our goal was always to get this injunction, to get it enforced for several years, and to go on with our lives, and to not talk about it this way. That was never our intent.
Yeah, we enjoy sharing a lot of things online, and we don't want to.
Joe PA, you are all burying the lead. Lauren started her channel by tearing down the OG Valo Daybell YouTuber with the help of Lori Hellis and Jess Nelson. I don't even know who Jess Nelson is, but who's the OG Valo Daybell YouTuber? That's kind of a weird thing to say. Privacy on the board. Let's mark it off. Who's the OG Valo Daybell YouTuber? Because a lot of people covered that case. Let us know. Awin Reese. Didn't that Awin girl, though, talk to prosecutors and stuff? Wasn't she also, doing things that were unethical? Correct me if I'm wrong. And where did they go? Why did they disappear? No, it's Awin Reese. Doing reporting, developing leads. Yeah, she was, wasn't she? Yeah, she leaked shit from Lori's attorney or some shit. I actually thought she was going to get in trouble. I don't think she was reporting very fairly. So if she was doing some messed up stuff, so maybe that's what took her down.
to share everything online, you know. And I know that a lot of people
I've never watched Hidden True Crime, so no, I didn't hear that from them. I used to watch Awen Reese, and then it came out that she was talking with Mark Means and sharing things she wasn't supposed to, and then she stopped making YouTube. So where is she now if she's an OG?
on the live that were also asking how you were too. So how are you doing? You mentioned your blood pressure,
Well,
but how are you doing emotionally? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Let me, before I talk about that, and well, I should ask, the first thing I should ask is how you're doing. I know we've
Bullied
talked today.
off?
We've been talking the last few days.
How do you get bullied off YouTube? No, there's probably more to it than that. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Barbara. There's got to be more to it. Are you Awen?
A lot, but I know
Yeah,
I
multiple
can just
times a
observe
day.
you're exhausted. I know that, and
Yeah, well, so are you. You've been parenting and doing this without me too. I know you're exhausted too, and I know the stress you felt knowing that I was going to go live. We knew,
Famous
he knew,
Liverbird.
and I knew. We were talking about it, but just you thinking about me doing that while I was away was stressing you out, and just taking care of our son while.
very stressful. And let me talk about. So, if you want to talk about some of the ripple effects of this,
I want to say thank you.
it's hard. It's going to be hard for me to mention this, but the last couple of days, with our son.
Thank you, Yaya.
He's having a
Hold on. He's bringing up the sun. Fuck. Yaya, thank you for your super chat. I don't know what they're complaining about. This drama has increased their views, and she has diabetes as well as MS. Rolling eyes. I don't believe her either. I don't believe anything that she says. I don't believe anything that he says. Diabetes.
a hard time. The last few days in particular, I try to reassure him. I mean,
Did you see that? Did you see that edit?
He's having a hard time. The last mention this, but the level of
Taking care of our son while.
very
We knew, he knew, and I knew. We were talking about it, but just you thinking about me doing that while I was away was stressing you out, and just taking care of our son while.
very stressful. And let me talk about. So, if you want to talk about some of the ripple effects of this, it's hard. It's going to be hard for me to mention this, but the last couple of days, with our son, he's having a hard time. The last few days in particular, I try to reassure him. I mean, I'm saying this because I want people to understand the severe.
I'm trying to reassure him. I agree, Justine.
Of what's happened here, and how this has not just affected you and me. It's affected our son. It's affected Grayson. It's affected this. The ripple effects of this have been enormous, and
that's because Grayson sucks at her job. She sucks. Nonsense. I can do better with iMovie. Hey, Marie, good to see you. Why doesn't she go home if your kid should be your most important thing? Why can't she, oh, you know what really fucking pisses me off? Why isn't her kid visiting grandma? There's more to this, y'all. There's more to this, because if that was me and my kid was scared and worried about my life and I was simply just visiting my mom who was dying, why isn't he with her? Thank you, Amy C. Here's my question, Jay. If this has been so traumatic with the son, wouldn't she be at home with her child? Right. Bing bong.
Bing bong.
It's just weird. There's definitely more going on here, right? And they say in the court documents that the child is, I think the wording was something like, this isn't verbatim, but something along the lines, unusually attached to Lauren. Something like that. So it's probably a lot more traumatic for him being away from Lauren. Sleuthy Goosey, I'm with you on that. I bet these two aren't even together, like probably on the verge of a divorce. Right. Texting each other in the middle of the night. I agree. I think they're trying to keep a perception going for the public. I feel like there's maybe something huge about him as well.
And it breaks my heart. You know, he wasn't doing this before all this happened.
Yeah. For those asking,
I don't think she has like the motherly instinct in her.
I feel safer knowing that everybody knows. Hold on. Someone just knocked. It could be Grayson who doesn't have a key. Pause. Hold on. Okay. Well,
Now, why wouldn't Grayson edit that out? Why would you even keep, if you're editing, this is weird. This is where I think Grayson inserts herself in these edits. Like, oh, there's a knock on the door. It must be Grayson. Like, why are you leaving that in there? Does Grayson want everybody to know that she's there? Like, why wouldn't you edit that whole thing out? Someone just knocked. It might be Grayson.
hold on. Someone just knocked. It could be Grayson who doesn't have a key. Pause. Hold on. Okay. Well, I'm back. And I want you guys to know too, John and I actually plan to do a full episode about this and everything in detail.
I on that issue, we're taking this to a private platform, but I want to point out that in the stalker's declaration, she made it very clear that she watches and follows everything we do, including Patreon.
Sure.
She
they quoted Patreon in her declaration as to why. I can try to find it actually.
Stalker.
Yeah.
We got
they actually quoted one of our episodes on Patreon to actually point out that I'm not a good person. Was that it? That because I mentioned I liked chaos, and then they cited a Patreon episode.
Yeah, why doesn't Grayson have her own room? Oh, come on. It also leaked that he went to Trader Joe's with a mask on so no one could recognize him, and he got recognized, and then he looked over at Grayson like they were together. Is it like a Ruby, Frankie, Jody thing? Do you remember when Ruby and Frankie told Kevin, don't come in the bedroom, text me or something, don't knock on the door, text me first?
Yes. They cited Patreon several
See if I can
times.
find it. I actually have Christina's declaration right here. That was actually the one thing I didn't have time for after 9 hours. I was going to read all of their declarations, Lindsay, Janice, and Christina, but after 9 hours, So let's see. Yeah. Anyway,
Amy?
let's see. But yeah, let's. I bet I can find it. While I look for this, I want to say we're going to do a longer episode, likely tomorrow, for Patreon, and talk about. But a lot of people have been asking. Let's just say a lot of people have been asking how I am. People hadn't seen me. People hadn't seen you, John. They hadn't seen us together. And I got the most wonderful flowers from Julie today.
Who's Julie? Who gives a fuck if you got flowers? So you're telling everybody your location? You're getting flowers in a hotel? You are so fucking extra. I'm hunkered down for my safety. But Julie sent me flowers. Who's Julie Grant? Julie, her mod? You're giving your location so people can send you flowers.
Received hundreds of Patreon messages from all of you. So we just wanted to do this and say we're okay. And we're going to be together soon in just a few hours.
And I want to say that the outpouring of love and support has been enormous, and we're so grateful. You know, we read every one of the emails that we're seeing, and we hope to get back to some of you as quickly as we can. But we're just inundated, and it's been overwhelming. But it's also been just the the support.
I don't think it's the court TV. You guys are cracking me the fuck up. I don't think it's the court TV lady. Somebody said Aunt Vicky's daughter. Who's Aunt Vicky? Julie is her moderator. Remember, this was behind a paywall. Paywall. God. Cindy Arnold. Yeah, I think he's gonna be a little floored.
And the love we're experiencing from our audience has been amazing. I didn't, to me, in a way, this feels like a little bit like It's a Wonderful Life, right? Like not with you're playing the role of Jimmy Stewart. What's the name of the Jimmy?
She's getting flowers from Tammy Daybell's family. Oh my God. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Jimmy Stewart. I can't believe we don't have a LINGO yet. Tammy Daybell's aunt. Holy fuck.
Stewart character, I can't even remember. We're experiencing from our audience has been amazing. I didn't, to me, in a way, this feels like a little bit like It's a Wonderful Life, right? Like not with you're playing the role of Jimmy Stewart. What's the name of the Jimmy Stewart character? I can't even remember.
Thank you, Alyssa.
On It's a Wonderful Life, it was. I'm coughing. I'm embarrassed now that I don't know everyone. I'm sure screaming it right now watching this episode. What is his name?
Does Grayson know? She can find it. So
She's not listening. She has her earphones on.
Oh, George Bailey.
Bailey. Oh yeah, and then Bert and Ernie are the detectives. And the little girls. I just remember that.
We've heard from other creators. We've heard from friends. We've heard from so many people, family, people we've interacted with. All of them being so supportive. Some of the victims, many of the victims' families we've interfaced with over the years. Which is, I think it's so ironic because one of the arguments they're making is that you talk poorly of victims and victims don't like us, and
Ashley?
that we try to hurt other creators.
Shut up, John. Ashley, that sounds like a good time.
Right? Like, that's all nonsense.
Right. I found.
Right. I need to hear that part again.
And victims don't like us, and that we try to hurt other creators. Right? Like, that's all nonsense.
Right. I found what they said in the declaration.
Okay.
So, one of the reasons this is her declaration. Matthias has published live content over 100 times since April.
Even the tongue comes through the damn filter.
This is her declaration. Matthias has published live content over 100 times since April 9th, 2025. She has posted hundreds of pre-recorded videos and podcast episodes during the same time period across various platforms she uses. Once again, yeah, because it's my job. In other words, they're trying to claim that I haven't been struggling because I work. And then on July 6th, showing that they listen to Patreon. July 6th, 2025, Matthias and her husband posted a hidden true crime podcast episode called Cults and Conformity. That's our Patreon podcast, in which they discuss a variety of topics. We also talked about bullying on that one, and there was a reason for that. In which they discuss a variety of topics, including interpersonal relationships, the nature of cults and communities, family dynamics, conformity, cyberbullying, and AI regulation. This is actually us discussing what was happening without saying it. You and I having a conversation because we've been talking about this. Multiple times in the episode, Matthias mentions how she has always liked chaos, though not necessarily the kind of chaos that hurts people. She also describes how she does not like conformity. And for that reason, many people do not like her. Matthias' husband casually mentioned that their company had experienced growing pains due to negative interactions with the public. That would be her. But I
just love the way
it just doesn't make sense.
It's taken so out of context. I mean, the implication is that you sow chaos wherever you go. It's so absurd. It's so absurd, and it's so taken out of context. We were actually talking.
Did she say cyberbullying or just bullying? Do we have a LINGO? I'm almost said bajingo. We have our first LINGO of the day. We have our first LINGO with cyberbullying, privacy, Grayson, and victims' families.
about.
Well, I talked about how I like working in the newsroom because I like
Yeah.
chaos and I don't like to conform, because you and I had been discussing that the issue actually around a group of women cyberbullying is the fact that I didn't conform
Right.
and that I don't like conformity. And so I actually said, oh yeah, I don't like conformity. And we both found it psychologically
Rhonda.
fascinating.
Hey, Rhonda, thanks. Thanks, Turtle Boy.
That is exactly what they picked up on, and that the stalker put in her declaration that she has an issue with.
Right.
That I don't like conformity.
The stalker.
Yeah.
They're still calling her the stalker. I can change it for the next one.
And right, it's fascinating for so many reasons. Like, high control groups don't like conformity. Cults, I'm sorry, they don't like people that are nonconformists, right? Cults don't like the whole basis of a cult is to conform.
Right.
If you conform, they're controlling you, right? That's the point. Like, clearly these people don't know you in the sense that you're a creative. Like, in many ways, yes, you're a reporter. Yes, your job is to present evidence and facts, but also to put your creative spin on it, or develop your insights, right?
That doesn't include fucking over victims.
That's what sets you apart, I think, from a lot of other journalists in true crime. That makes you more of a creative, right? And creatives, I know you very well. Like, it's not that you don't conform, it's that you have your own opinion.
Young blood.
And you have your own unique perspective, right? Like,
shut up, John.
I think there's always this tension between.
Hey, Olive.
By the way, this discussion, so this idea of conforming versus not conforming could take us to a lot of deep places, and I don't want to get there tonight, but
The line crime.
a lot of in the history of philosophy, there's a lot of debate about like morality, in terms of that some philosophers have argued that people who have, let's say, style, let's call it style, that's sometimes a term that's used, that they're more individualist, right? They're more rebellious, that in some ways they're kind of challenging the rules. They're kind of strained from like the typical kind of conformist morality that everyone expects. And so a lot of morality is based on this idea of conformity, because if you don't have conformity to a certain set of morals, then it's hard to enforce that same set of morals, right? And so, like, part of the problem...
Why are they talking about morals so much? Like, your morals will shine through if you're an honest person. Release the text and let us decide if you're moral or not. Oh my God, Sleuthy. I can't stand him. And I think he does this on purpose to confuse, to make himself sound smarter than everyone else.
Here is that this group has a very, very narrow set of what they think morality is.
Morality.
They have an absolutist perspective, an absolutist view of morality.
Dude, you said your wife was rocking back and forth on the bed saying she wanted to die, and you didn't take her to the fucking hospital? God. I can't stand him.
And because if you deviate from that at all, from, let's say, the moral code that might be typical of Mormonism, right? Then somehow you're strained. You're nonconformist. You're a rebel. You're evil. Like, all of this leads eventually in the direction of an outcast, of someone who becomes an outcast from that group.
Dark.
Someone who's ostracized from that group. Someone who eventually is seen as bad or evil. And that's exactly that's part of the dynamic here. Is that this very idea of you being a nonconformist and having your own style and your own creativity.
And my own friends. They really wanted, I think, to like make some little exclusive friend group, and that was never my intention.
And that all of that's a threat to this group, to the people that really were a part of the smear campaign. Because the goal ultimately, I mean, when you broke away from the group and
Well, I like
you
to
know,
think I was never in the group. In their
Yeah, you were
eyes,
never-
broke away. I don't.
right,
I don't do
in their mind.
Yeah,
True.
in their mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
Thank
other
you,
point.
Dee Dee.
I think a lot of these people had some perception that you were much closer to them than you were. You were never close to this group.
No, you just wanted your eyelashes done.
Yeah, I thought they were kind, and I thought they were warm.
Okay, that's fucking weird. But we've got it on the LINGO board, kind and warm. I thought they were kind and warm. Smear campaign for another bajingo. Hell yeah, guys. We've got another LINGO with stalker, privacy, MS, 9-hour drive, and smear campaign.
But right, I have many friends from many
Hey,
different
SS.
circles, and there was never. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking, but
Well, my point is that getting back to where this whole discussion started, that we're on Patreon because we want privacy. But then I realized that in their declarations, they say that everything we do and say is being followed. Every word we say is being critiqued, right? And take it in that example in the declarations, it's all taken out of context.
Well, let's hear the reason why she brought it up, because it was very confusing. Like, what point are you trying to make here? The Patreon episode, which, by the way, was pre-recorded, so it wasn't recorded on July 6th. But
Right.
the episode contains no indication that Matthias was afraid, distressed, or panicking.
Who would pay for a Patreon where it's all edited? Patreon is supposed to be where you're a little more raw and up close and personal with your audience, but they pre-record their Patreon? Who the fuck would pay for that? These people are calculated, man.
Which directly contradicts Matthias's testimony that they were unable to function in daily life and that the situation has persisted for 4 months. It contradicts the testimony that Matthias's husband, Elias, psychologist, reportedly the very next morning confided that Matthias was, I don't want to say it, but rocking in bed just
Fool me
hours after
once.
posting that. So, and we'll
It's-
talk
it's-
about all
it's
this.
so-
Let's not even
I-
get into all this now, but we'll talk
Yeah.
about it tomorrow. But
I just want to say that enrages me because it's so ridiculous.
You.
But those are the type of things in their declarations, by the way. That this
Right,
is
like
that's
that's the most
response.
absurd argument. Like you're
Exactly, Suthi. But they can do it, but she can't.
most absurd argument in the sense that somehow your behavior on a show is going to forecast or predict how you're going to act the next morning, or like, I mean, performers mask inner turmoil all the time.
Mhm.
You know, there's so many times in the last 6 months where you and I have been like, I don't know if I can do this, and we're like, we got to do it. The show must go on, right? We know that cliche.
Yeah, actually, that was actually a part of how I stayed focused, was working.
Oh.
When
That's how you stayed focused, was working. Well, guess what, bitch? We got us another LINGO. We got that one with Jimmy Stewart, privacy, mass turmoil, the eerie tongue flip, and conformity.
And what do you guys do when you're in turmoil and in pain? I work. I love working.
Really? When you're in turmoil and pain, how about when your 8-year-old, you say, is in turmoil and pain? Do you just continue working and ignore his turmoil and pain while your inept husband tries to play dad? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Working or looking at clothes online, window shopping.
Oh, these are her fucking priorities, y'all. She just told us. Working and looking at clothes online for her next rental delivery. Dude, this lady is so out of touch with fucking reality. What the fuck? I get my next box of rented clothes picked out. Meanwhile, you're saying your son is losing weight? And he's confiding in Grayson? Get a fucking grip.
When you're in turmoil and in pain. I work. I love working. Working or looking at clothes online. Window shopping.
But the
We're going to
disconnect, like to make the logic.
God, no disconnect. He doesn't even know what to say to that. You are so superficial. God.
Working or
Hey,
looking
bunny.
at clothes online. Window shopping.
But the
We're going to
disconnect.
But he can't believe what he just heard.
Work. I love working. Working or looking at clothes online. Window shopping.
But the
We're going to
disconnect, like to make the logical leap from, well, they did a show, so she couldn't have been experiencing any distress. Like,
But yeah, it keeps going. Around the same time, Matthias also appeared on an episode of the Mormon Stories podcast, where she shared her thoughts and personal details about her life. But do you guys want to know how hard that episode was? Because John DeLane on Mormon Stories does very raw
Oh, here comes the coughing.
podcasts. Like, he doesn't edit a lot. They had to edit so much.
This is about the Mormon stories. Listen.
John DeLane on Mormon Stories does very raw podcasts. Like, he doesn't edit a lot. They had to edit so much. It actually took 2 weeks for them to edit because I couldn't stop coughing. Had my inhaler.
Oh my God, it's Beach. It's Beach. She had her inhaler. It took them 2 weeks to get all her coughing out of the episode. But not once in the 9 hour did you have a coughing fit. Okay. 2 weeks.
And edit because I couldn't edit a lot. They had to edit so much. It actually took 2 weeks for them to edit because I couldn't stop coughing. Had my inhaler. They had to edit so much because I was coughing throughout the entire thing. But this contradicts Matthias's testimony that she was living in fear and unable to function. Instead, it illustrates how Matthias is using this proceeding to quash public discourse on topics that she has spoken about in various media. More recently, she appeared on Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Kathy, I forgot to mention to you, Kathy, you made it into my stalker's declaration.
So this is another podcast. Nonsense found it. If you're not subbed up to Nonsense, you should. Is Fear? Did I miss Fear? Hold on. We got a double Lingo. Woohoo! Look at that. We might have a blackout board today. So Kathy has a podcast. Nonsense showed it. She seems like a very nice lady. She was kind of fangirling. She was excited to have Lauren on. Lauren was not uh-oh. Are we still live? You have a triple Eddie. Are we still live? I just got a thing on my computer. Or I mean, can you guys hear me all right? Christ almighty. Did we buffer? Uh-oh. I'm buffering. Can you guys hear me? Are we back? Okay. Yeah, YouTube is glitching. Wait, hold on. Hey, Kresha. I just wanted to thank you because your research and other creators' info revealed quite a few huge connections that all will find interesting. Just wanted to thank you personally for sharing and caring. Absolutely, Kresha. Do you know what time you're going live today? Or are you still going live tonight? And you don't have to thank me. I'm all about the truth, and I will do whatever I can to get the truth out there for anybody that needs it. We did buffer, but we're back. Okay. Kresha is going to be going live tonight from what I heard. And if she's still here, if you could let us know what time, we will all be there to support you. I know nonsense has been spreading the word, but if moderators, if you guys could put her link in the chat so people can sub up. I know, I don't know why it glitched like that. Hold on. I'm still here. I'm just checking something. All right. It seems like we're okay right now, so I'll keep going. And thank you, Kresha. 7 p.m. Central. All right, cool. Thank you, Flo. It's doing it again? Huh. I just give it a second when it does that. I got a bot. It went from 1450 down to 1100. Yes, and Kresha is JJ's aunt. Kay Woodcock's daughter. Thank you, Miss Liverbird. So we're good? Okay, so if you leave and come back, it usually clears it up. I think YouTube is glitching. I don't know if anybody's botting. I really feel like it's YouTube and it clears up on its own. So if it does that, just hang tight and we'll come back. Because not everybody's getting it. 7:30? 8:30 Eastern. 8:30 Eastern tonight on Kresha's. We will all be there to support you. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to it. Let me know if there's any problems in chat. Let's continue our LINGO game.
More recently, she appeared on Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Kathy, I forgot to mention to you, Kathy, you made it into my stalker's declaration. I appeared on the Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo podcast where she announced that I was attending CrimeCon and discussed numerous other topics. That's 12,000 views, 250 comments. See the link. Still not sure what this matters. And then she actually doesn't explain why that matters. And then declares under penalty of perjury, and then it's signed. She doesn't actually even explain why it was important to share the.
I think because it shows that by showing up on other podcasts that you can't possibly be experiencing distress or anxiety or fear from what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, that's the argument. They're also like to pull out.
I actually feel even worse now that I didn't read my stalker's declaration because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers. I love her channel by reading that she made it into my stalker's declaration. So she also.
I would have loved to have gotten Kathy subscribers. What kind of thing is that to say?
Because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers. I love her channel by reading that she.
Why didn't you announce on your channel and announce Kathy? Why'd you do it secretly? Why didn't you share your interview on Kathy's smaller channel when you did the interview, and give Kathy subs? You know why? Because you're a selfish, sneaky bitch. It's LINGO because it's Lauren and John. LJ Ingo. I forgot to put the J. Why didn't you share that? Hey guys, I'm going to be on Kathy's channel today. Why don't you guys come over and sub up and watch and support Kathy? Because you don't do that. Lauren Hurd, that's a really good one. Thank you, Unsolved Amy.
For making it happen. Thank you.
She's a selfish bitch.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the argument. They're also like to pull
I
out.
actually feel even worse now that I didn't read my stalker's declaration because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers. I love her channel by reading that she made it into my stalker's declaration. So
Oh, so that's the only way that Kathy was going to get subscribers from you was if you read her name in the declaration. You're a bitch. When she hosted you, you should have shared that in your community and shared it with your community. You used Kathy. You used her. She wouldn't do it for me either. Just saying for those who haven't gotten the memo. Yeah, it's rude. She's a rude, self-serving bitch. Kathy, I would love to host you on my channel. I think you're charming. I think you have a great personality. I think you look happy and secure with yourself. And I would love to have a conversation with you. Because you did not deserve to be used. That lady was so happy on there. She was so nice.
stalker's declaration because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers. I love her channel by reading that she made it into my stalker's declaration. So she also shared, by the way, on a members only video today that she was contacted right before I appeared on her show.
Oh, what is Kathy's channel? We need to get Kathy. Hold on. She shared in a members only that Kathy, she probably talks shit about Kathy. Is it Kathy Innuendos? We're going to pull her up right now. I'm going to show you guys Kathy because I didn't know who she was. In rumors. Gossip, rumors, and innuendos. This is Kathy.
Child, you need your morning gossip. What is a morning without a good cup of coffee and some gossip?
Is this her? Gossip, rumor, and innuendos? Oh my God. Is this her? Okay. We're going to share her link. So apparently she was contacted and Lauren was able to schmooth things over. But it seems to me that Kathy is probably going to find out that Lauren talks shit about her too. Did they do it live? Mm-hmm. This is it right here.
Friends, we clutch our pearls and laugh again.
Clutch our pearls.
True crime is here. Hi, Lauren. Hi. Welcome to Gossip Room Radio.
Look how excited she is to have her on her show. Look how I love Tanika's 2 cents in her Boone coverage. Hysterical. Listen. Look how excited she is to have Lauren on her show. And that bitch didn't even share it in her community and say, hey, come over and watch us.
Window.
Hey, Kathy, thank you. Oh my goodness, I was flattered. I didn't think you'd ever ask. I'm so happy to be here. And I think I just started the stream out with a cough. I apologize. And it's not.
I think I just started this stream off with a cough. Do you see this fucking manipulation? Wow, man. Fucking wow. Getting your evidence out and using this lady.
Ask. I'm so happy to be here. And I think I just started the stream out with a cough. I
Just started this stream out with a cough to back up her fucking claims.
apologize. And it's not the one cough. I spent 3 days making fun of John and his man cold. Only.
So you admit you're coughing because you had a cold. The date on this is 2 months ago, August the 2nd. This is August the 2nd when she was on her little, here's the link to this video. I'll put it in the chat. my audio's choppy? Okay, if you leave and come back, it's not choppy. I just listened on another computer. It's fine for me. Leave and come back. It should fix it. It's definitely not choppy on my other computer.
To get really sick, and as you know, karma. So
Isn't that always the way? Isn't
Yeah,
that always?
right.
But you've had such a week. Like, I don't know how you're not just laid up in bed forever. There's been so many cases and verdicts and travel and all this stuff, victim impact statements. You've been all over. Are you back home finally?
I'm finally home. I have been all over and got sick. So yeah, I did post something late last night that matters to me, the Devil's Den full backstory. Yeah, posted that late last night, and now I am taking the weekend off. Well, I say that, but actually there might be something tonight. But other than that, I'm taking the weekend off. And I wanted to be here with you, Kathy, because I thought you'd never ask.
Oh my gosh.
You have one of my favorite channels. You do for us what we all need. And I always say this on my channel, like sometimes
Is that why you didn't share it, bitch? All right, sub up to Kathy. She's at 28.3 subscribers. It would be awesome to see her get to 30.
Child, you need your morning gossip. What is a morning without a good cup of coffee and some gossip, especially true crime gossip? It is essential. That is one of the vitamins. Vitamin G. We all need more vitamin G, vitamin gossip, but not about people in your life because that is rude and bad karma. But this true crime gossip, oh, child, we need this.
I love her. Love her. She didn't deserve to be used by Lauren either. Thank you so much, Twisted Branches, for your super chat. And her members only at the end of a video called Opinions needed, she addresses her thoughts on Lauren before we learned more. Oh, interesting. Well, apparently she was contacted. So right before she appeared on the show. So that tells me, listen, remember when Lauren said, we're going to put our little detective hats on for a second. Remember when Lauren said that a bunch of people were contacted? And I think she said they were all CC'd. Wasn't there like an email that went out to multiple people? Like CC'd? Correct me if I'm wrong. So it would seem to me she would know who was contacted, and possibly she saw that Kathy was one of the people contacted. Because it's a little coincidental that Kathy was contacted right before she came on the show. You know what I'm saying? Like she knew, oh shit, who can I manipulate quickly and do damage control? I don't know.
Made it into my stalker's declaration. So she also shared, by the way, on a members only video today that she was contacted right before I appeared on her show as well by someone saying, beware of me. So, I mean, every single person I was collaborating with was getting emails and messages about me. It was exhausting. I stopped appearing with people.
That, by the way, that Kathy's going to share that with us. That's now going to go into evidence.
Oh my God. And now, see? Kathy is going to share that with us. It's going to go into evidence. You talked to Kathy 2 months ago in that interview. And she hasn't given it to you yet? Now you're going to drag Kathy into this? BCCs. Hey, Janet. Good to see you. Happy Sunday. So did she send one to Kathy? Did Grayson and her do this?
A lot of people exhausting. I
It's going into evidence in the case you dropped?
stopped appearing with people.
That, by the way, that Kathy's going to share that with us. That's now going to go into evidence.
Oh, a lot of people have been reaching out. Oh,
Yeah.
we're learning
Right.
a lot.
That,
So.
if you don't think this is stalking, then let's,
I know they're like literally stalking in the declaration. I'm like, you guys are watching me on Patreon and other people's channels.
And also, right, reaching out to all of our personal and professional contacts, like that is stalking. There's
Yeah.
no other way around. Like,
It's also torturous interference, and when you're lying
Torturous
about it,
interference.
it's defamation. Yeah.
yeah, it's trying to ruin our reputations. And like telling, what did she tell Kathy? That to beware of you because you're so evil.
We'll I have it.
Wait.
Yeah, because you're so evil. Like telling, what did she tell Kathy?
What did she tell Kathy? So they're right here saying that Christina, which they're saying she, told Kathy, listen.
That to beware of you because you're so evil.
To beware of you because you're so evil.
I have it. We'll
Yeah.
Now you have it. He just said Kathy's going to give it to you. Oh, now you have it. These people can't tell the truth to save their lives. Which is it? Is she going to get it to you or do you have it? Lies.
We'll tell Kathy that to beware of you because you're so evil.
I have it.
Yeah.
I have it. Yeah. Okay. Lies.
Evil.
I have it.
Yeah.
This just screams honesty, doesn't it?
So evil.
I have it.
Yeah.
That sounds so honest. Thank you, Amy. I'm going to be looking for mods to tell me if I'm glitching or if my audio is bad. Thank you, moderators.
So evil.
I have it.
Yeah.
You guys aren't too smart. You aren't too smart. They think that we're all fucking idiots.
So evil.
I have it.
Yeah. I haven't seen that, but
We'll just save it for later.
Oh, well, we'll just save it for later.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one of unintended consequences of your live is that we're getting a ton more people reaching out to us saying, this happened to me too.
Mm-hmm.
That these people reached out to me too. They're trying to hurt you in every possible way.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Flo.
All of that is now going to be entered into evidence.
Hey, Kresha, did you see when I interviewed Julie Rowe back in the day before she was divorced and everything? She did an interview with me from her car when she was still married. Did you guys ever see that?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah, we got bit into,
So
we got bit into the weeds. This is like this is how John and I talk. Yeah, we got into the bit of the weeds. We just wanted you guys to know we're okay and we'll be back soon. And we love you guys. And thank you for caring about us and for your kind messages. We're still reading them all, and we're gonna be okay. Is your blood pressure gonna go down? Oh, and
my
people are saying how I'm doing.
blood pressure.
I think I feel better. I think you do too, John. You talk for yourself. I feel better.
You saw it,
shared
Kresha?
my story.
I'll get the link.
Still didn't share it all. Like I said, I'm already regretting that I didn't go at least maybe 10 hours and just have read all these declarations. But their response to what I shared, but
I'm-
I think we're still nervous. My point is, do
Yeah.
I feel better that the truth is out in the open? Do I feel safer? I do. But
How about you review it, Nani? It's so embarrassing.
I dread what's next still. I'm just like,
Yeah.
what now? And what's next? I
know. I don't on that issue. I'm glad we told our story. I think there's a lot more to talk about in terms of,
There it is, right there.
there's parts of the story we haven't even begun to touch in terms of proton emails, and like
makes me want to eat croutons. We got proton emails on the board.
Like it's been unending, and
Wait. Difficult research. Your interview with Alex's ex-girlfriend is the one that connects him and Rex to the sex trade industry that Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. Wow. You just blew my mind.
To answer your question, I haven't slept the last few. I haven't slept for like 3 nights in a row, or minimally, and the reason is because
can't sleep for another Lingo.
I think part of this is a big part of this is the intimidation, right? The fear and intimidation component, and I think like. The reason I haven't slept is because I keep thinking, what's next, right? That's what they want.
That's exactly it. I felt so relieved after the live, and then I wake up and I'm like, what's next? I'm like, what's next?
What's next? These people are not like normal people would see this and they'd say, okay, enough's enough and walk away, but not this group. Like, this group is vindictive and they're vengeful, and there's going to be some type of retaliation. We know that, right? Like, they've trained us for that. It's threat after threat. We're going to ruin you. We're going to take your kingdom down, right? Like, we've got all this stuff on you.
I know, and not even in their declarations did they bring it.
Yeah.
What do you have on me? They just hate me.
Well, they have private texts, but yeah.
They have private texts. We've got one Lingo and 1, 2, for a total of 3. I think that's right. 3 Lingos. Damn. Do you guys want to interview? Do you guys want to watch Julie Rowe after this for shits and giggles?
I don't think they do. I don't think they do. If they had them, they'd share them.
Oh,
well,
share them. Put them out. Release the text.
They do. I don't think they do. If they had them, they'd share them.
Well, there's the threat of private text. You've gone through all your private text. There's nothing in there that's earth-shattering, but they think it is. So anyway, I think just to clarify, we're going to be doing these on Patreon, even though they're members. Some of them are members of Patreon, so presumably they're going to be listening to all this. But we feel safer not doing this publicly, so we will continue to talk about this, but we feel most comfortable doing it in this format. So we are very grateful.
Y'all, I did that interview on April 10th, 2020.
To our patrons, by the way, who have been, really this platform has really kept us afloat when we were struggling the most during some of the early years. So thank you.
Kept us afloat. Why don't you get a fucking job that pays you? If you have the credentials you say, why is Patreon keeping you afloat? Oh, that's right. It was COVID. Did these people get PPP loans from COVID? I wonder.
Thank you for your support on here.
For your very kind messages, and thank you for coming and being here during this time, and if our stalker is continuing to listen.
Oh, they're listening. Go ahead.
What was that fat laugh all about? What? You think this is funny? It's so funny. You have to go to the doctor, and she's gotta go. She's gotta go and get her MS checked and her cough, and she can't sleep, and she's panicking, and she's rocking back and forth. And, oh my God. What the fuck? I think it's all public. I think there is like a database. Kresha.
And being here during this time, and if our stalker is continuing to listen.
Oh, they're listening. Go ahead.
Thanks for being a Patreon member.
Dude, you can't put that in.
I don't know what else to say. It's weird, but
Well, I guess I could say thanks to all of our patrons except our stalkers. Like, I don't know. That's
I
weird.
know, I'm grateful for them too. Supporting our
No,
channel.
why don't we say thanks to our patrons, including our stalkers, and hey, if you guys really want the scoop, you're gonna have to upgrade your tier level.
You want all the private texts.
Yeah, please upgrade your tier level to get the.
Oh my God, they make me sick. Love always, that is the best thing that comes out of fallouts like this, is that the people, when these creators are put on blast for who they are, the truth seekers, you find new people, you make new friends, you make new connections, and you learn from being duped by people like this. So I really appreciate you, Love Always, and everybody else that's new to my channel. I really do. We joke around and we laugh, but at the end of the day, this is a serious matter. You know what I mean? And it's really nice that people are seeking out the truth instead of just believing what these two put out. Hello, Mr. B. Tim.
Get the full Patreon experience is at the higher tier levels.
Right. All right, everyone. Okay, we're good. We'll be back tomorrow with a longer, more in-depth episode. There are some things that John actually really wants to talk about. He wasn't prepared, and I said, people just want to know we're okay. So let's just jump on for a little bit, but we will be back with more soon.
I want to throw out this little teaser, by the way.
Okay.
We will
teaser.
I want to do a full analysis of this situation at some point. I think we'll just touch on some of that tomorrow, but there will be Patreon episodes where I'm going to look at all the psychological and group dynamics involved. And I think this situation, what I will say here right now as a teaser is I really think a lot of this has to do with grief. And it has to do with loss. And what I mean by that is...
Wow, that's definitely not the angle you took when you did your fucking pre-recorded video, grief and loss. You focused on witches, Brad Pitt, George Clooney's DNA being on his sweater. And what else? I didn't hear shit about grief and loss. Oh, yeah, Spermgate. Huh. Changed your trajectory, didn't you?
To do.
Listen again.
With psychological and group dynamics involved. And I think this situation, what I will say here right now as a teaser is I really think a lot of this has to do with grief. And it has to do with loss.
Oh, loss of the kingdom. That fits. That fits, B-Tim.
And what I mean by that is something for our audience to chew on here, but almost all of this has to do with Daybell and the ending of Daybell.
Oh my God. Here we go. Fucking Daybell. Can you guys get over it? Can you guys just get over it? This is so weird. And again, did you see her swallow? Watch.
Almost all of this has to do with Daybell.
Maybe it was the filter, but watch her neck. Watch her neck.
And the ending of Daybell. And
oh, she nodded. Okay. But listen, he came on and said it had everything to do with all of this psychobabble bullshit. He didn't say anything about the ending of Daybell. He didn't say anything about grief and loss. I'm not buying it.
It has to do with loss. And And what I mean by that is it's something for our audience to chew on here, but almost all of this has to do with Daybell and the ending of Daybell. And
As in the
It's
case
just-
concluding.
the case concluding, right? That this really starts at it's people were planning this months before, but it started the smear campaign actually started being executed. Maybe that's not the right term. I shouldn't use that term too much now.
True crime. Yeah.
The smear campaign became more salient to us, became better known to us around the time of Charles's trial, which was in
and Brandon's trial actually. So
And Brandon.
It started at Charles's trial.
started at
correct?
Charles, right?
And then it got worse at Brandon's.
It started at Charles. That was in April,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I think one of the things that happened is that you had a lot of people a lot of creators, competitors, employees that used to work for us that we let go, that had some anger towards you, some envy probably for a lot of reasons.
Oh my God.
We had
Now
grown
we're
quite a
jealous.
bit over the course of Daybell. Some of them had not. And to many of them, this was their bread and butter. You and I cover a lot of cases.
Oh my God. BJ accused me of having no other content and of being my bread and butter. Jay's got no content, y'all. I'm her bread and butter. Jesus Christ. This is wild as fuck.
Quite a bit over the course of Daybell. Some of them had not. And to many of them, this was their bread and butter.
Seems like it was your bread and butter. You guys help us afloat in our Patreon in the beginning, and I know you will now.
You and I cover a lot of cases, so we weren't dependent upon Daybell. I mean,
You weren't
We really-
dependent? What?
we weren't dependent upon Daybell. I mean,
Dependent upon Daybell. Y'all are fucking weird, dude. We weren't dependent upon Daybell? That's kind of like BJ and Craig saying that, what was it, Summer Wells' missing case wasn't lucrative enough? Remember that? We weren't dependent on Daybell.
bread and butter. You and I cover a lot of cases, so we weren't dependent upon Daybell. I mean, we did a
We
deep
really
dive.
care.
We did a deep dive. What? The only people that were pinned in the 9-hour live were Daybell victims. Oh my God. All we did was a deep dive. Okay. Yeah, when Sebastian's case was bumping, we weren't dependent on Daybell. You're still dependent on Daybell. Shut the fuck up.
This was their bread and butter. You and I cover a lot of cases, so we weren't dependent upon Daybell. I mean, we did a
We really
deep dive.
care.
We cared a lot
care.
about Daybell. We really threw our hearts and minds into Daybell, but we weren't, we were anticipating the end of Daybell and beginning to transition to other cases. Right. And so, but I don't
Okay.
think that was the case for a lot of these creators that had invested everything in Daybell. And now here Daybell was coming to an end. And I think inevitably that meant that there had to be a certain amount of mourning. There's always a certain amount of grief when you're with something for 5 or 6 years and you put your heart and soul into it and now it's ending. Like, how do you process those emotions?
Right.
How do you make sense of that? Right? That's the question.
I agree, nonsense. That was creepy as fuck. He said, or Lauren said that they first became interested in Daybell because John associated JJ with their son. That's fucking weird from the get-go. Tell it, easy vibing. Hi, Gertie.
Are you able to acknowledge that this is the end? Are you able to grieve that a little bit?
Right.
Are you able to transition from that to something else? And if you can't, then what happens? Right? What happened here, I believe, is that the very dynamics of Daybell, which was a small group of people coming together, labeling people as zombies and then
And they call
murdering them.
themselves the Seven Gatherers. Let's
Right.
be honest.
They call themselves the Seven Gatherers, right? You turned out to be the zombie because of their
Oh my
inability to
God.
grieve.
Just help a brother out here.
Thank you for joining Unsolved, Amy. Welcome in.
Y'all welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
And so, in that context, what's absolutely fascinating to me here is that the very dynamics that were in play that led to the murders of a number of people on Daybell, those dynamics were duplicating themselves with everything going on with you and us and the smear campaign, that we became the zombies because they couldn't grieve. They couldn't deal with the transition. They had to find anything to hurt you. They found private texts.
I mean, they were
latched-
desperately looking. They were calling any person that
Absolutely.
they weren't calling people that they thought loved me. They were calling any person.
They were calling people that they thought loved me. I thought these were professional contacts. Loved you? Good God.
Private texts.
They found private texts. Show them. So they do exist. They do exist. Mandy, welcome to Cooterville, babe.
Welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
I mean,
They
they were
latched-
desperately looking. They were calling any person that
Absolutely.
they weren't calling people that they thought loved me. They were calling any person that might have a reason to be angry at me.
Not only calling, they were doxing.
Doxing?
They were
They were doxing? You didn't get doxed? Hey, Dr. John, define doxing.
For making it happen.
Thank you, Flo. In the words of the greatest tragedy pimp, find yourself a murdered or missing child and ride it all to the bank, all the way to the bank. His name was Blood Money. Sick, isn't it? I think they use everybody. They use everybody. She said not like at least 9 times in the 9-hour live that I'm not dark. He thinks doxing is looking someone up. Oh my God. Can you get out your 2009 book on doxing, please, Dr. John? We need some facts.
At me.
Not only calling, they were doxing. They were scrubbing every corner of the internet.
Scrubbing.
It's.
Do you know that scrubbing every corner of the internet is making everything go away? Scrubbed every corner of the internet. That seems like that's what you did. This is more leakage because you can't find shit on this guy on the internet unless it's made by them, their website. Everything is handmade. Handmade. So did you scrub the internet of who you really are? Because I diagnosed leakage and you've got lots of it.
Angry at me.
Not only calling, they were doxing. They were scrubbing every corner of the internet. It's unbelievable. And for one purpose, and the one purpose was to ruin you because they were convinced you were evil. And by the way, if you think about it, like, and we'll get. I'm just scratching the surface here, but if you think about it, this is the literal definition of a witch hunt.
Yeah.
That's the same dynamics that went on in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692. They're going on here. And we're going to talk more about that in a lot of depth. And I'm rereading, by the way, The Crucible by Arthur Miller, which is his play that's based on the historical record from the Salem trials and the Salem witchcraft trials in 1692 and 1693. I'm digging into this as much as I can in terms of trying to really kind of capture some of the dynamics, and that's a big part of it. It's the dehumanization is a big part of this, and but it starts with this. It starts with
we have a full blackout board. He said
this failure
Salem,
to really see
Massachusetts.
what's going on.
Did he say Salem, Massachusetts? He did. He did.
I'm being cyber stalked.
We got a full LINGO board on the first go around. How about that? How about my soundboard froze up too? So we have to wait for our. Here we go. We have to wait for our turkeys, our chickens. Massachusetts. Now it's a witch hunt.
Now, to understand that something's coming to an end, that's been your bread and butter, it's been your entire identity, it's been your life for 5 years. Some of these people made a lot of money on this. And you, as you point out, you've always been a little different. You kind of had your own style, right? You're not conformist. You stood out. You're an easy target for this group.
I love your name.
The fact that we grew a lot and some of them didn't, obviously there's probably some envy, right? But
I'm not envious because I don't see your YouTube plaque. I want to see it. Because when we cross over 100K, which you weirdos celebrated 144K, and just happened to make your goal right on time, huh? How about that? The coincidences with you two are just unmatched. I mean, things just always just fall right into place. Thank you, Flappy Pants, for the Czar 35. Even her filtered animated face looks like it's falling asleep.
But I think the problem here is the lack of insight, the lack of self-awareness of what they're feeling and how to process that and how not to scapegoat someone for that.
Yeah. And in her declaration, she has to point out that I don't like to conform.
Oh, I was going to say when you hit 100K, like shortly after, the 144K, Miss Liverbird, is, I know people say, yeah, it's from the Bible, but it's directly from the Daybell case. Chad and Lori were, like, in their group, were trying to gather the 144,000 chosen ones or whatever. So that was a number from, she would be showing it too, Linda. Yeah, that are going to make it into the kingdom of God. So they had a celebration when they reached 144K. So those were their chosen ones, I guess. I don't know, Tabby. I didn't do it. I don't know how to do this stuff. And then they just happened to make it, right? It's very easy to buy subs. And when you buy subs, YouTube will not recognize your numbers. And they will not offer you a plaque. Because after you reach 100K, they send you an email. They're like, congratulations. Please fill out this form. You fill it out. And then they analyze your channel to make sure everything's valid. And after they analyze your channel, then you get a form to order your free plaque. You don't even have to pay for it. So I ask, why the fuck isn't that behind them? That's just one more way to legitimize yourself. Why wouldn't they have it?
Right.
It really is fascinating.
Oh my God, 3D printer. Next thing you know, Crusher, we're going to do side by sides of the actual YouTube plaques versus theirs. They would totally display it. I mean, if they actually had a legitimate way to, give themselves credibility that didn't cost them anything, they would do it.
But like, out of all of the things she says, Matthias describes how she does not like conformity. And for that reason, many people do not like her. And then she goes, see? And I'm like, yeah, and we're saying, see? We're saying that. And you're saying that. And yes, that. I mean, it's
exactly
fascinating
right.
because we literally were on that Patreon, even though we couldn't share what was going on. This is what John and I were talking about.
Oh my God.
Because of what was happening. Thus, we were talking about how I don't like to conform. And that because of that, many people might not like that. And that's what they found.
Right.
That Patreon episode and pulled it to put in our declaration. That's their issue.
Conformity, by the way,
So
conformity
I'm a
is
witch.
Oh.
conformity is the essence.
Why do people buy subs? Because it makes them, and it makes them more legitimate. It makes them seem more credible, and it makes them seem more exciting. Right? So someone who has a lot of subs, you're going to be like, wow, they must really be good at what they do. It's all for legitimatizing themselves.
Thank you.
Oh my God, a travel plaque.
Thank you.
She'd get it made into a brooch and put it and wear one of those fluffy, frilly blouses and button it up to the underneath her chin and then put it as a brooch right on her fucking neck. Come on. We all know she'd be showing that shit. We aren't dumb. I have a plaque behind me. Just saying.
Of the Salem witch trials, so that if for those who don't know the Salem witch trials, essentially it begins with a group of young girls and females dancing in the woods.
What?
And because they're dancing in the woods, and you know they're young, they're.
Why are you talking about young girl? What? Oh, we some of the witch trials. Okay, got it. Look at that. Look at the filter. What you drinking, Warren? What you drinking, Warren? Look at that chin sticking out of the filter, though. Look at that chin sticking out of the filter. That's fucking nice. Nice.
Actually, it begins with a group of young girls and females dancing in the woods. And because they're dancing in the woods, and
why can't they just be women? Why can't they just be women?
You know, they're young. They're trying to let loose a little bit, but you don't do that in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692 if you're going to fit into the community, right? So they were just letting go and having some fun, like teenagers going to parties or whatever teenagers do, right? And so absolutely, that was the issue. The witch is the definition of a nonconformist, because a conformist would abide by the morals of the community, which back then in 1692, there's only one set of morals in the community, and those are Christian morals, right? So those are biblical morals. And so if you don't, and a witch by definition is the opposite of Christian morality.
Right.
Right. That a witch would be associated with demons and zombies and the devil. So so by definition, a witch is a nonconformist, and that's exactly what they're saying. So you in many ways, that's exactly what, like, I know it's a cliche now to say this is a witch hunt, but this was a witch hunt by every definition of witch hunt. And we'll talk more about that. But I think, so that combination of Daybell ending, the grieving, the inability to see that, the need for a scapegoat, all of that, I think, kind of leads to this moment. It leads to stalking. It leads to groupthink, right? It leads to the mob mentality. All of this is connected. And all you have to do, by the way, is there's so many famous experiments in psychology. One of my favorite experiments of all time is the Asch experiment, Solomon Asch experiments, where he shows a group of people different lines, and they have different lengths. And it's clear that some of the lines are longer than other ones, right? But there's Confederates in the group. And he gets the Confederates to say the lines that are longer are shorter, right? And they're like, well, those lines are clearly shorter. And they're not, right? And so people in the room are confused. And people in the room are like, wait a minute, those look longer. And people are like, no, they're shorter, right? And so what happens? What happens in the group? The people who think the lines are longer are convinced by the other members that the lines are shorter, right? You can take something as simple as that, and you can convince a group to believe whatever the hell the most persuasive members of that group believe.
Oh, so is that what you've been studying? How to persuade your group? See, this is reverse Uno. This is what they're doing to people. This is what he's projecting onto people, onto the hidden gems, if you will. God, everything you say is leakage. Can we get you a depend?
Fascinating, because I even said to you, like, there's one of them, I'm like, I was always nice to her. She was always nice to me. I don't know what I did. I would have never thought she'd do this. I don't get it. And you're always like, groupthink.
She was convinced. Again, it's the Ash.
Groupthink. No, it's that you're a two-faced bitch and you got called out. It's that simple. You are a two-faced bitch.
Line was a different length than she couldn't see the line for what it was because she was buying into what the group was selling her. She was persuaded by the group. And again, conformity.
And it shows how people will see things the way the group sees them rather than through evidence. And I actually pointed that out on the live show. I said, if you see something.
Oh, that's rich. And it shows how people will see things the way the group sees them rather than through evidence. Well, ma'am, over here we've seen all of the evidence and the fact that you set up Christina and concocted this whole thing. Are you kidding me?
Through evidence. And it shows how people will see things the way the group sees them rather than through evidence. And I actually pointed that out on the live show. I said, if you see something, I go, stand up. I said, all those people that were group bullying that just didn't do anything and didn't stand up and say no. Like, what did this person do?
Right. There's absolutely no attempt at journalistic integrity here or journalistic.
You can say that again for yourselves. There is no attempt at journalistic integrity here. Who the hell are you to preach on journalistic integrity? Holy shit. I took one journalism class in college and I practiced more journalistic integrity on YouTube than you have in your professional lives and on YouTube. What in the hell?
There's absolutely no attempt at journalistic integrity here or journalistic verification.
Oh
right?
my God.
There's so many things. That's another part of the Salem witch trials, by the way.
Journalistic verification?
The reason why 19 witches were executed in Salem, Massachusetts in 16... The reason why 19 witches were executed in Salem, Massachusetts.
In Salem, Massachusetts.
Salem witch trials, by the way. The reason why 19 witches were executed in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692 largely was because the courts had already reached a conclusion. The courts, there was no, whatever evidence was presented didn't matter. The courts already believed that the victims were witches, and so that it was foreordained that they were going to be convicted and executed, and once they were labeled as witches, there was no amount of evidence that could convince anyone that they weren't.
Right.
And so you had in that courtroom in Salem, Massachusetts, you had an extreme instance of confirmation bias, right? And it's the job of the court system to try to dispute confirmation bias, right? That's the whole point of the judicial system.
What? The judge spoke. Were you not listening?
That's the whole point, is to
present multiple perspectives and to weigh the evidence and to go with the evidence that's not confirming your bias necessarily.
Right.
But sadly, these days, judges, I think, it doesn't really matter. Judges don't care about evidence as much, and judges are going to go with their bias.
Judges don't care about evidence as much, huh? That's your takeaway. This is what they're telling their group think. Judges don't care about evidence as much. Why is his eye so wonky? I mean, what the fuck?
Judges, I think, it doesn't really matter. Judges don't care about evidence as much, and judges are going to go with their biases.
What about juries? Do you believe the juries were right in the Daybell trials? Just wondering.
Who knows?
Who knows? I don't understand a thing you just said. Who knows?
Well, they can. Let's just say
they can. Well, and I'll never know what our judge is going to do because...
Yeah, because we didn't get that far.
You don't have a judge. You don't have a judge. You don't have a case. You don't have an RO. Get it through your thick, oh my God, injected skull. You don't have a judge. There is no case. Our judge. We don't know what our judge is. Our judge
can. Well, and I'll never know what our judge is going to do because...
Yeah.
Is going to do? It's past tense. It's over. You lost. You dropped it. Holy shit.
They can. Let's just say
Yeah, they
that.
can. Well, and I'll never know what our judge is going to do because.
Yeah, because we didn't get that far.
Yeah.
But
All right.
but all of this, I think, all of these are tidbits that factor into this whole scenario we're dealing with.
Okay. What?
Well, I have to get ready to come home and see you. So I love you.
Okay, I love you too. Hope you're doing okay. Get some sleep tonight if you can.
Will do. Thank you for sharing that. I love
Yeah.
you so much.
Okay, I
I
love you
can't
too.
wait to come home to my husband so I can go conform to what you want in a housewife and cook you a big meal.
I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. I mean, the conformity part or the meal part for that matter, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. Just know that we're going to be leaving more lights on in the bathrooms because our son is like apparently petrified to go to the back of our house now.
Oh, well.
What the fuck?
Part or the meal part for that matter, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. Just know that we're going to be leaving more lights on in the bathrooms because our son is like apparently petrified to go to the back of our house now.
Oh, well, also because I forget to turn off the lights, which drives me crazy.
That's true.
Married.
Oh my word. This is funny, huh? I'm glad you find humor in your son's fear. And I say your quote unquote son's fear. This is disgusting. They're disgusting people.
That we're going to be leaving more lights on in the bathrooms because our son is like apparently petrified to go to the back of our house now.
Oh, well, also because I forget to turn off the lights, which drives me crazy.
That's true.
Did you hear her? Oh, that's the mothering instinct in her. Hold on, we're going to play that at normal speed. Listen to her mothering instinct. Oh.
That we're going to be leaving more lights on in the bathrooms because our son is like apparently petrified to go to the back of our house now.
Apparently? Wait, apparently.
Bathrooms because our son is like apparently petrified to go to the back of our house now.
Oh, well, also because I forget to turn off the lights, which drives me crazy.
That's true.
Married.
You do. Maybe that's why he's so afraid because I turn the lights off in the back and you don't. He's like, Dad, if Mom was here, the lights would be on all over throughout the house. It would be like a Christmas show and throughout the
Well, I can't wait to come and give you guys big hugs and
yeah.
see you.
Whoa, this is so weird. Okay, y'all. Their house is 2,000 square feet. It ain't that big. It's a nice home, but it's not like it's 6,000 square feet. It's a 2,000 square foot home that is very beautiful. But what is he scared about? I think it's a split floor plan. And maybe he's afraid to go in his own room. I don't know. Let's watch that part again. The motherly instinct of Lauren.
Because I turn the lights off and just know that we're going to be leaving more lights on in the
Sleuthy says they're just full of shit. It's just a concocted story. You might be right. Maybe I'm just looking too deep into it. But I just find these two to be so concocted with everything they say and do that I feel like almost everything's planned. You know what I mean?
I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. I mean, the conformity part or the meal part for that matter, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. Just know that we're going to be leaving more lights on in the bathrooms because our son is like apparently petrified to go to the back of our house now.
Oh, well, also because I forget to turn off the lights, which drives me crazy.
That's true.
Married.
You do. Maybe that's why he's so afraid because I turn the lights off in the back and you don't. He's like, Dad, if Mom was here, the lights would be on all over throughout the house. It would be like a Christmas show and throughout the
Well, I can't wait to come and give you guys big hugs and see you and cook you that traditional meal that you will demand.
We're looking forward
Just
to it,
kidding.
and we're proud of you for your courage and for telling our story and for telling
Isn't this something you'd like say privately?
it so boldly. Thank you.
Thank you. You're thanking each other. I can't wait to see you and give you big hugs and see you soon. And make you that traditional meal you'll demand. Just kidding.
I love you so much, babe.
Okay, I love you too.
Oh my God. Try to convince us that everything's fine when it's not.
And for telling it so boldly. Thank you.
I love you so much, babe.
Okay, I love you too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
That was it. And that was, wait, but you got to remember, y'all, that shit was recorded. They did that on a recording. That wasn't like, oh, hold on. It's not like they were live, right? They're literally recording. Fake. You wouldn't need to do that. Why don't you say goodbye to your audience? Hello? No, this isn't live. This is edited and uploaded to Patreon. So they don't even say goodnight to their hidden gems in their Patreon? This is all an act to convince us that everything's fine. All's good. Nothing to see here. No, she's in a hotel and he's at home.
And cook you that traditional meal that you will demand.
We're looking forward to
Just
it,
kidding.
and we're proud of you for your courage and for telling our story and for telling it so boldly. Thank you.
I love you so much, babe.
Okay, I love you too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, I'd be like, oh, gee, I'm glad I tuned in. I'm glad I tuned in today. Jesus Christ. I'm glad we got through that. We actually did fill up the LINGO card, too. That is pretty freaking amazing. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being here. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, we are not done yet for the day. We're going to go a little bit longer, and I'm going to embarrass myself today. Let's see. Let's get that back up. I'm going to embarrass myself a little bit, and I am going to show you guys an interview I did in 2020 with Julie Rowe. I don't think I've ever replayed this ever in my life. I think I did it and never looked back. So we're going to look at it because I don't fucking remember.
You guys really want the scoop? You're going to have to upgrade your tier level.
Whoops. Update your tier level, baby. And funny enough, I was in a hotel when I conducted this interview 5 years ago. So we're going to change it. We're going to do a little something different today, just for fun. Have I seen the clip where Julie gets mad at Lauren? No. True crime cooters. I look so different too. Okay, here we go.
Eric, when I do the podcast, right, he does all the technical stuff and I just say whatever comes to my brain.
See, I need a technical guy.
Oh God, we're talking about having producers already. She's got her person, and I'm like, I need a technical guy. Potato.
I really do, because I've tried, I do all this myself and I've had to learn it. But we are live though. So, hey, Julie Rowe.
So Julie hates Lauren? Okay.
Good day.
Nice to have you on the show.
Thank you. Nice to be here. I'm excited about this one.
Oh, me too. I'm so glad that you agreed to come on, and it's very, very nice to meet you. I want to let a few more people join the chat before we get started.
Okay.
So they don't miss anything. Because I want to start out, I want you to tell everybody just a little bit.
No, this is Julie Rowe. She was close with Chad Daybell. She is close with Chad Daybell.
About yourself, who you are, and what you've done. And then we will get into how you met Chad Daybell.
Chad Daybell.
I can't wait to hear the story. I've been waiting since we talked. I'm like, I need to know. Everybody wants to know about Chad.
Yeah. Well, Chad. Yeah. We'll get to that. My name is Julie Rowe, Rowe. I am married to Jeffrey Rowe, and I have 3 kids. I will be married to my husband 24 years on April 24th of this year. So coming up pretty soon. Happily married. And let's see, I have my oldest son.
No
son
way.
Who's 21. I have a son that's 19, Spencer, and a daughter who's 16, Aubriana. And let's see, I was born in Salt Lake City, Utah. When I was 2.5, my dad joined the military. He was a LDS chaplain, so a Mormon chaplain in the military when I was growing up.
Wow.
And I am the second oldest.
I don't think I even comprehended any of this. Jeffro. Listen, didn't she get divorced and remarried? Yeah, she was still married when I did this interview. Thanks, Kim Watts. I don't think I even had dreadlocks here at all.
10 kids. Traveled. I mean, you could read my biography. We talk about, and also my book, New Revolution, about my first near-death experience.
It's on J is for Justice. Here's the link.
I've got several books out. So I'm an author. I've got a teaching degree license. I've got a psychology undergrad license from Brigham Young University. Met my husband at BYU. He is from the Kansas City area, and we have been in Kansas 18 of 24 years of marriage, also living in Utah for a couple semesters to finish college. We lived in Texas for 4 months, and then Arizona for a year and a half, and Iowa for 2. But growing up, I moved like 18 times. So you name the state, I've been there except for 7 of them. So I'm well-traveled and well-versed in history and geography from a personal interest as well as just life experience.
Wait,
lived in Heidelberg.
Do we think that she slept with Daybell, Chad? Did she have sexual relations with Chad Daybell? Do we know?
Germany in high school and Hawaii in elementary school, 4th through 6th grade. Those were some unique experiences that I...
Very cool. Yeah.
So Chad, I think, actually published her books or something for her. Yes, you guys think so?
And so I'm in Kansas because I fell in love with my husband, and he's amazing. So I'd like to put a... let's see what she say.
I had no idea she was on the verge of a divorce. Because I fell in love with my husband, and he's amazing. Chad dumped Julie for Lori. Okay, so I guess Chad published her books. She's a Mormon or whatever, and I interviewed her because she worked alongside with Chad. That's the only reason I interviewed her, was because she knew Chad in person. She worked with him. Yes, Chad published her books. Yes.
An end to those rumors that I'm in love with Chad Daybell.
See? She was in love. She said, and end the rumors that I'm in love with Chad Daybell. Look at her smile. Look. Woo! Julie said Chad gave her massages. Oh, this did not age well.
Let's see what she say. An end to those rumors that I'm in love with Chad Daybell.
Did you have the storm? Did you?
Not at all.
Yes, that was going to be my first. That was going to be my first question.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I want you to get all this out there. So that was
I'm like, fuck yeah, I want all the tea, bitch.
to be my first question was a lot of the rumors that have been flying around about you since you've come out of the woodwork.
Right.
And one has been that you were in love with Chad Daybell and he kind of gave you the boot.
Oh, I forgot. I don't even remember this. I said he gave you the boot. Oh my God, I said that. Look at her face. She's like, he didn't give me the boot.
Was a lot of the rumors that have been flying around about you since you've come out of the woodwork.
Right.
And one has been that you were in love with Chad Daybell and he kind of gave you the boot when he met Lori and you were upset about that. So
I really love to know where that
kind
rumor
of
started.
that?
First of all, I live in Kansas and he lives in Idaho. Of course, that didn't stop him from going to Arizona. But I go to Idaho every couple of months for work. Sometimes it depends on what the work is. I run a nonprofit organization for emergency and disaster relief, as well as it kind of doubles over my safe houses for human trafficking. So that's totally separate from anything I ever did with Chad. I've done that since August of 15. and it's all on volunteer, so I don't make an income off that. I actually full time. I teach classes about once a month throughout the country on energy. They're group energy sessions that I teach, or that I teach students how to do. And then I have regular clients that I work with to help them through addiction, trauma, abuse, and things like that to release negative energies from the system. So that's how I make my money. Awesome. And then I use that money to fund my trips when I take the Greater Tomorrow Relief Organization's name of my nonprofit. And that's how I fund my stuff. I do get some donations, but most of it is self-funded. So, and my husband is an attorney. My husband's an attorney.
Her husband's an attorney.
Really smart and he makes good income. So
wait, did she say human trafficking? Hold on.
Actually,
hold on.
August the 15th, and that's totally separate for relief. Sometimes it depends on what the work is. I run a nonprofit organization for emergency and disaster relief, as well as it kind of doubles over my safe houses for human trafficking. So,
safe house? Wait. She has safe houses for human trafficking? Look at my face. Look at my glasses. They're so 5 years ago. And my top. Horrid. What the fuck? I think I emailed her. Love always.
For emergency and disaster relief.
Emergency and disaster relief. I should have asked her, what are the names of these organizations if anybody would like to contribute? See, if I knew then what I knew now, I would have asked that. Yeah, this was during COVID as well.
As well as it kind of doubles over my safe houses for human trafficking. So that's totally separate from anything I ever do with Chad.
So your human trafficking safe houses are separate from what you do with Chad. Yikes.
I've done that since August the 15th, and it's all on volunteer, so I don't make an income off that. I actually full time. I teach classes about once a month throughout the country on energy. They're group energy sessions that I teach, or that I teach students how to do. And then I have regular clients that I work with to help them through addiction, trauma, abuse, and things like that to release negative energies from their system. So that's how I make my money. Awesome. And then I use that money to fund my trips when I take the Greater Tomorrow Relief Organization's name of my nonprofit. And that's how I fund my stuff. I take the Greater Tomorrow Relief Organization.
Greater Tomorrow Relief Organization. Greater Tomorrow Relief Organization. There you go.
Name of my nonprofit. And that's how I fund my stuff. I do get some donations, but most of it is self-funded. So, and my husband.
Most of it is self-funded.
Is an attorney. My husband's an attorney. He's really smart and he makes good income. So there's also rumors out there that I have a bunch of land in Idaho and Utah. I don't. I have a 20-acre property an hour south of Kansas City that I bought with my husband, and I don't own any other property right now. So, and
that was something that was going on, that you owned a bunch of properties, or?
Yeah, that's been going around for like 5-6 years. Yeah.
Why does that
so
matter?
I don't.
Though?
Yeah, well, because there's people that think I'm in it for the money, that have written my books or told these stories for the money. I'm not in it at all. I actually donate most of my income last year. I donated to my relief organization, and then we lived off my husband's income with the exception of a couple $1,000s a month. And so just let's see what else. There's all kinds of rumors. I don't want to spend the whole time on that, but so I don't care about the money one bit. You have to have money to live, but I've got plenty of it because I married a man with good income and we've saved. So, but we've had lots of times where we have been really tight on money, especially he lost his job in 2004, and
I sat up straight for that one. How does a lawyer lose their job? What?
Lots of times where we have been really tight on money, especially he lost his job in 2004, and that's when I had my health issues, and I was in the hospital for 5 days when I had my first near-death experience in September of 2004. So I'm coming.
Oh my God. She had her first near-death experience in September of 2004.
Up on 16 years this September. And at the time I had a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and an 8.5-month-old. And so severe health issues, Epstein-Barr virus and Lyme disease is what put me into the hospital. But I didn't know that from doctors. I didn't have a diagnosis for about 8 years and was very, very sick for a very long time. So.
Wow. Well, I'm glad that you're okay.
I feel great.
And I'm really interested to get into that part of your life as well, and because it has a lot to do with why you are where you are right now.
It does.
And
in fact, the whole story of I could talk for hours just about energy work and how I got into it, because I learned about energy work when I had my near-death experience, but I came back and didn't know what it was or how to find it. I just remembered it, and it wasn't until 2012 that I saw it in night vision dream, and had a recurring dream, and I was told how to go about finding a doctor who could help me out. And so that's how I got involved in it, was for my own health issues. And I am
that was in what year, Julie?
2012.
2012.
No, I already said I was in a hotel. I wasn't even at home in this video. I was in a hotel. That's why it's choppy. That's why I have a weird headset on, because I wasn't at home.
Okay.
Yes. And I just walked 5 miles this morning.
Oh, well, good for you. Come on, don't rub it in.
I'm trying to lose weight.
I'm so happy.
I put on 60 pounds in 6 years going public with my story, and it's time to get the weight off. So, yeah, I'm exercising.
Well, I think you look great, and I think that's awesome. I mean, it makes me feel neat, but it's great. But when did you meet Chad Debo?
I met Chad officially in person in July of 2014, but over the internet on the Avow website, which some people have heard of from the news. I was on there for, I don't even know how long. A friend of mine told me about it because there's a dreams and visions section on there. And she was one of the few friends that knew I'd had a near-death experience and that I had dreams and visions about, like last day stuff. And so she said, hey, there's this prepper site, and there's a section on there where you can go on the forum and talk about your dreams and visions. And you might find some people that are also having some of these experiences, so you're not alone. And I didn't learn about that. I don't even remember what year it was. I'd get on periodically. I never got on any of their forums except for that part. And I would just post mine, and I'd read a few here and there. And I never read what Chad wrote. I didn't know his name, didn't know anything about him, but he contacted me in February of 2014 on a private message on that site because he was reading my stuff. I don't even know for how long. I don't know if it was a couple years or something or several months. And
wow, so Chad reached out to her on a website?
I was prompted by the Holy Spirit to, or what you could call angels or Holy Ghost. People have there's different communication there. From the light side, I'll just say from the light side, on the other side in spirit realm, to post some of my story about dreams and visions and my near-death experience, and then to let them know that I knew I was supposed to go public with my story, and that I was told during my near-death experience that I would go public with my story approximately 9 Earth years, and they said Earth because there's lots of planets.
9 Earth years. Look at me. I'm like, okay. I just want to know about, Chad Daybell. I did not expect all of this. Jay Lynn. Look at Jay Lynn. This is the 2000 version of me.
9 Earth years after I woke up. And that's exactly what happened. In 2013, October 2013 is when I was prompted to post this stuff and basically say on the Avow website, I'm supposed to share my story. If there's anyone out there that knows how I can get this message out, please let me know. And then Chad followed up, between October and February or something like that. I don't remember the time frame. So that
he reached out.
Yeah, and he asked me. He said he was an author and publisher, and he asked me if I'd want to publish a book. And I already had seen in vision, and in my near-death experience was part of my plan. I actually saw Chad in vision for a long time. I didn't know his name. They didn't tell me his name.
She was already having visions of Chad before he reached out, and he said, I want to publish your book.
Name. And when I saw it in vision again on October 15th, I was told, don't worry about it. Just type this, which is what I just told you, and then wait. And it'll happen sometime after the first of the year. And so that's what I did. I just waited. And so when he contacted me, I got this good feeling, and I knew I was supposed to work with him because it was all part of my plan, part of God's plan for me. So.
Okay, so when you first met Chad in person, what was your first impression of him?
Okay, I'll be totally honest. I thought he was a nice guy. He had a very kind of almost timid personality, shy, quiet, introverted. Kind of.
Were you surprised?
Kind of geeky, nerdy.
Were you kind of surprised? Did you expect something else, or?
No, I had seen him in vision, so I kind of knew what to expect. He looked very familiar to me. I didn't know his personality, but his face was familiar to me. I knew that I had known him in pre-Earth life because we have our spirits before we can get a body. And they made that for me. I was like, I knew this, and I knew that I had...
Y'all, I was like, what the fuck?
Read to do these books. And so that part was easy for me. But I didn't know him, on Earth as a person until we started work together. But, you have your first impressions. And he was socially awkward.
but intelligent.
So he was easy to work with?
Calm. Oh, yeah.
Easy to work with?
Yeah, very easy to work with. In fact, I wrote my first draft of my first manuscript in 3 weeks and sent it over to him, and he did the first edits and sent me more questions of things he wanted me to add to the book. And he went through that the first during spring break in, I guess it was March of 2014. So I sent him the first draft in 3 weeks, then he edited for a week, and my husband and my kids and I, we went to Grand Canyon and camped, during spring break.
No, this has always been up. This is on my J is for Justice channel. Here's the link if you want it. It's right there. I don't hide nothing, man. This is all. I have a huge Daybell playlist on J is for Justice for sure.
And then I came back and after spring break wrote for 3 more weeks. So I wrote that book in 6 weeks, and then it was published.
She wrote a book in 6 weeks?
It went to the press in April, and it was published May 14th. But I got my first copy May 6th because I got an author's copy early.
That's really fast.
Very fast. In fact, there are people on the internet that accuse me of being so fast that they think I've copied and pasted everybody else's dreams together. And
you probably did.
Their experiences, and that's a lie too. Because I can tell details nobody else on this planet can tell. If you actually read all my books, listen to all my podcasts, and go to my blog, you'll see things like the Wasatch Wake Up that was given to me from the other side.
Who's going to read all that?
It's now a popular phrase on that website and other forums. And lots of details about that earthquake and other things that are coming to the United States that no one else has been shown. And I know that because I know specifically what my mission is, and I've been told that specifically. Different people will get different parts, and I know that's a bold statement, but I am the only one that has more of that complete picture, and that's the plan. I'm to serve as a witness to the world of a lot of things regarding, the world we live in. So,
very interesting.
Chad has his gifts, and he had seen some of it, but not as extensively.
What I'm curious about, and I don't know if you can answer this or not.
I said very interesting. Watch.
I think so.
Very interesting.
Chad has his gifts, and he had seen some of it, but not as extensively.
What I'm curious about, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, but where does Chad get the knowledge and the expertise to be a publisher? I read that he was a grave digger the majority of his life.
Yeah, so, in fact, when I wrote my first 2 books, he was working at Springville Cemetery as a cemetery sexton, and I would get visuals of him digging a grave, and I would be prompted to call him, like, to work on something on the book, and he'd be breathing hard because he was in the middle of digging a grave, and he'd kind of be awkward at first. The first couple times it happened, he'd try to hide it from me because I didn't.
I think my face says it all. Okay, he would be out of breath from digging graves, like he did it with a shovel. What the fuck? I thought they used like machinery to dig graves. Whew.
I would be prompted to call him, like, to work on something on the book, and he'd be breathing hard because he was in the middle of digging a grave, and he'd kind of be awkward at first. The first couple times it happened, he'd try to hide it from me because I didn't know he worked as a cemetery sexton. He was trying to hide it from me, like, all he did was his publishing company. And then I called him out because he didn't know my gifts. And I called him out. I'm like, so what's your job? And then he started telling me a little bit more. I knew he worked at a cemetery, but I didn't know how much, and I didn't know that he actually dug the graves. But there would be times when I call him and he's like, hold on just a second. I'm finishing something.
You can't make that up.
What in the hell? What was he really doing? Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up, man. I
have to say, I've never met a gravedigger in my life. So.
Yeah. So,
I mean, it's kind of. I have to say, I've never met a gravedigger in my life. So.
Yeah.
Wow. This is wild.
That up. I have to say, I've never met a gravedigger in my life. So
yeah. So
yeah, I mean,
he worked in Ogden.
How did he get in the?
He worked in Ogden at the newspaper there as an editor, and his first books before he did his own publishing company were at Cedar Fort. Cedar Fort in Utah published several of his books before he published them. He was one of their editors for a while, and they had a falling out, and then Chad started his own publishing company. And he actually had been a publisher very long before I had mine. It was like less than 3 years, from the time he started his company until he
was fairly new to it.
Yeah.
How many books did he publish for you?
I'd have to add them up. Well, I have
was that many?
A Greater Tomorrow, The Time
Oh my God, I'm dead. I'm sorry, but this is fucking funny. How many books did he publish for you? It would have been a simple 5. She says, I don't know. I'd have to add them up. I said, there's that many? She made it impossible to conduct a normal interview, people.
This company until
It was fairly new to it.
Yeah.
How many books did he publish for you?
I'd have to add them up. Well, I have
Was that many?
a Greater Tomorrow, The Time Is Now, From Tragedy to Destiny, and then I started doing podcasts on the Julie Rowe Show on YouTube in, I think it was like 2015 or 16, I can't remember. And he published the first podcast book for me, so 4 books. Oh no, and also he published my biography, which he titled Rising Above the Flames. I've taken his energy out. From Tragedy to Destiny is an overview, kind of compilation of my first 2 books to a general audience instead of like an LDS audience, written for like general population, and it was called From Tragedy to Destiny.
I think I tuned her out at this point.
I have just now re-released that under the new title of New Revolution, and we've changed the cover, and I added about 30 pages of some original documents that I wanted in the first book, but was told it wasn't time and to wait until after I had stopped working with Chad. And so New Revolution's out. And then my biography, he titled Rising Above the Flames.
My cat's name is Karen. What's funny is my reaction to her interview. No one's laughing about anybody's death. Stop it. Don't bring that kind of juju in here. We're not like that. We're not doing that.
I wrote that with Eric Smith. He's the one that I do the podcast on Eyes Open with, as well as Julie Rowe Show. And Eric wrote my biography.
I listened a little bit.
That's good. Yeah, Eric's great. I met Eric.
Wait, who's Eric again? Eric Smith? Who is he? How did I know Eric Smith then?
Smith. He's the one that I do the podcast on.
Maybe Kresha can fill that blank. Who is Eric Smith? Because I obviously listened to it.
Eyes Open with, as well as Julie Rowe Show. And Eric wrote my biography.
I listened a little bit.
That's good. Yeah, Eric's great. I met Eric. It's a long story. I met Eric, but he emailed me. He had read my books and he emailed me. And Eric's a mapper, a geoscientist, and asked if I could help with any mapping because of my safe.
He's a geoscientist.
Houses. I kind of put some of that out there. And I actually asked him if he could be a recorder for me. So that's how I met Eric originally. Was he started recording a lot of my dreams and visions, and
he started recording her dreams and visions,
just business stuff that I needed. And now he's a recorder, a mapper, a podcaster, a co-author.
He's evolved.
And he's now my publisher. He is now my publisher. Yeah, we self-publish now, and I have several other books that we've done since. So.
Okay.
Okay.
So
that's a lot right there. You're a good listener.
that is a lot.
Oh, he was the preparing a people. Okay. I remember now.
Making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia Dawn. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I've been following. I watched HTC for a while, while also being increasingly bothered by their egos and how they handled befriending victims. Thanks for this coverage. Thank you for being here, Dawn.
That is a lot. So, okay, so you meet Chad. He starts publishing your books. You do this biography. And when do you meet his wife, Tammy?
So I met Tammy the same day I met Chad in person.
Oh,
and so the first book came out.
Tell us about
so
that
I didn't even meet. Okay, so I didn't even meet Chad and Tammy until after my first book came out, and I had already committed and signed committed to a second book. And the day that I met them, I signed the contract for the second book. It was in July, the third week of July in 2014.
Okay, so put it in perspective. Tammy died October 19th, 2019. I did this on April 10th of 2020.
Met at the Bean Museum at BYU so that our kids could watch the little animal show that they have there with reptiles, so that I could talk to he and Tammy off to the side. I brought my 3 kids with me to Utah for 3 weeks. I came out, I had some family there I came to visit and was doing some other work, and some speaking engagements in different parts of Utah. And so I made a 3-week trip of it, because you drive from Kansas to Utah, it's a 2-day drive, And so I met Chad and Tammy that day at the Bean Museum, and 4 of their 5 kids. One of their sons was on a mission, and I met him later.
So
and they
did
met
you
my 3 kids.
what did their relationship seem like to you when you met?
It seemed happy and good. Yeah,
You were like, oh, this is just a nice couple. And
yeah, they were holding hands. He would touch her arm, put his arm around her. We were only together for maybe an hour and a half or something that day, 2 hours. I don't know.
Did she also help him with his
yes.
stuff?
Yeah, she did. She ran the computer side of it, the back office part of it, most of it, and she designed all the covers on my books.
Oh wow! So she was
see
really
the books
involved.
He and I would see the books in vision. So I would tell him some of what I see on the book, and he would look for pictures online that matched what I had in my head of what I saw. I came up with the titles. I came up with the titles with the first 3 books. And then obviously the Julie Rowe Show podcast book 1, is my title because I came up with the title of the Julie Rowe Show. So I titled all my books. I saw it in vision. He would go on and he would find the picture. He would send it to me and I would say, yeah, that's it. And every single time he found the...
No, I have her sped up. Do you guys want me to slow it down? Is it too fast? She is a fast talker.
Right picture the first time and sent over to me. And it was like, yep, that's the one I saw. It was amazing.
This is normal.
So I had lots
speed.
of confirmations along the way that, God was in it. And then
you guys were on the same page, yeah.
Yeah, and Tammy and I were too because she was working with him, and I would talk to her some. She stayed more in the background, and I know she handled a lot of finances and stuff.
So he didn't.
I forgot about Carl Danger. Is he still around?
Didn't seem overbearing on her or like controlling or anything like that. Like
I
was
would see little
totally
things. No, there was some of that, but not huge. It wasn't until a little later that I started seeing more of that as I was in person with them. But even still, like my interactions with them together would be like me at their house talking. I'm sitting on one couch and they're sitting like on a couch across from me together. Or I would come over and Tammy would be just with the kids, or I'd be there and Chad would be the kids, or it would be their whole family. I was never alone with Chad, like at his house. It was always, and most of the time he was with Tammy, the kids were around. So I noticed things later on, but like with sometimes how he started treating me after a while, or how he, every once in a while with little side comments. He's real subtle about it, but no, I felt like he had a good heart.
Kind of like passive aggressive.
Yeah, there's some passive aggressive in the family line. Yeah, communication, but I'm well versed in that. I grew up in a lot of that in my own household, and so I know. I do energy work, so I have to clear some of that yucky communication stuff. So
yucky,
but they were always very polite to me, very respectful, very kind. My husband didn't meet him until June, the end of June, 3rd week of June, 2016. My husband and I and our 3 kids took a family trip out to Utah. I had some work to do out there and we came all together to visit some family and friends. And we made a point to stop and met them in Provo, which is just a few minutes up the road, 10 or 15 minutes up the road from where they lived at the time, I guess it must have been 2015 because they still lived in Utah. They had moved to Idaho after that. So we met them. They lived in Springville, Utah. And the first time I met them in 14, I didn't go to their house. But a year later in 15, that's when we went to their house. And we hung out with them for several hours, our family and their family. We went out to dinner.
God, what that dinner must have been like.
I know at least one of the times or 2 of the times I went to dinner with them, we were at the Brick Oven. I think we went to the Brick Oven in Provo, Utah. And
I don't know.
I mean, a little bit awkward.
I don't know why she agreed. I asked her to interview and she did.
Because it's the first time my husband was meeting them, but.
Yeah, anytime, 2 couples and it's like small talk.
It wasn't just 2 couples. It's like a double date with the kids, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like.
Right. And the kids are awkward because they don't know each other.
Yeah. So, but it's like, I knew Chad and Tammy, and my husband knew that I'd gotten close to them, and so.
So what's your husband?
And I talk to Tammy on the phone sometimes or text her, but it's not as much as Chad, huh?
What did your husband think of them?
I'll tell you this. He liked them, but he always said he didn't know, and he'd always say to me, I just don't know Chad. And I think he talked to Chad on the phone once, maybe, but my husband never had an interest in getting to know them. He had no interest in getting to know Chad. And
Smart guy.
I would say about 4 years ago, he started to say to me, "Are you sure you can trust Chad?" And I'd say, "Yeah, I can trust Chad." And then I'd get this kind of little feeling inside. And And then like a year after that, there was another time he said it again. Are you sure you can trust Chad? And I'd kind of get this little bit of doubt inside. And then I started seeing some red flags a couple years ago, and would talk to my husband about it. And he'd say, well, just, and over and over. But by then I wasn't doing any more books with him, and it was more of a friendship, and I would do energy work with him. And so I knew some of the more of the inner workings of his marriage.
You know what I would want to ask all these people? She knew some of the inner workings of his marriage. You see that? And look at me. I'm like, huh? That's a little invasive. But I wonder what Chad Daybell's end goal was. Do you think that it was to have a bunch of wives? Like, do we think that that's what his end goal would have been if his plan would have come to fruition? You know what I mean?
Marriage and his family life. And I worked with his daughter, Emma. I taught her quite a bit of energy work, and then I gave them Emma. And it was more of a friendship, and I would do energy work with him. And so I knew some of the more of the inner workings of his marriage and his family life. And
Ooh, that is so inappropriate. She did energy work with Chad and knew the inner workings of his marriage and family life. Ew. Do you know what happened to Tammy? That's what my question is now.
Him. And so I knew some of the more of the inner workings of his marriage and his family life. And I worked with his daughter, Emma. I taught her quite a bit of energy work, and then I gave them some materials that had been given to me as a gift to
How
thank
old
Candace
is
family.
Emma?
She's in her 20s. She's married with a couple kids.
Oh, she's grown.
Yeah. But when I met her, she was, 20?
Teenager.
21.
Oh, okay.
Their youngest was just barely
sounds like it was a
14
lot
when
of
I met
family.
them.
Sounds like it was a
Yeah,
lot of family.
Yeah, they're very family oriented. Like I don't know if it was every Sunday, but most of the Sundays that I knew about, their kids would all come over and they'd have Sunday dinner. And Chad and Tammy both would kind of joke around about how their kids had left home, but they didn't really leave because they wanted to come home all the time. They were always hanging out. I mean, Emma lives a couple doors down from her dad. He's got a married son and daughter-in-law and a baby living in the house right now, and a single son in his late 20s living there, and his son that just came home from South Africa on a mission living there. So even right now, he's got all his adult children living in the house in Rexburg. So, and he's got another daughter and son-in-law.
Is that where he's living right now?
Live in Rexburg. Yes, that's what I understand. He's living there, and he's looking at trying to get a manufactured home. I know that from my contacts in Idaho and some of the people that I've been talking to, clients and stuff that are kind of my inside.
Any
ears.
idea what that would be? What would he want with a manufactured home? Is he?
So he was arrested. Chad Daybell was arrested on June 9th of 2020. This was before Chad was even arrested, guys. Lori was arrested in February. I landed this interview in April. Chad wasn't even arrested yet.
Well, because his house is full, but he doesn't want to live there because that's where Tammy died. This is what I'm guessing. And he's been turned down by several people that I know that have let me know that he's tried to get them to live at their house, live in their basements, or put their houses up for bond to get Lori out of jail. So I would venture to say his friend list is getting shorter, and he's gone.
See, they're talking about getting Lori out of jail here. And he was talking about buying a manufactured home, according to her.
Put their houses up for bond to get Lori out of jail. So I would venture to say his friend list is getting shorter, and he's gone around. I was told this by God over a year ago, but I now have confirmation from several people that Chad Daybell spent the better part of last year going around bad talking me and saying I had turned dark. And that when I went public with my story saying that Chad and I had had a falling out, that he is telling people that the reason.
Y'all, I don't even think the kids were found yet. They were found in June. Holy shit. This was before the kids were even found. Okay, I'm shooketh now because so much happened after this. I forgot all about it.
We had a falling out is because I'm controlling and I've gone dark. And
Can you explain what he would mean by going dark? What that would mean to Chad Daybell?
Being possessed, or agreeing to work for the dark side.
Being possessed or agreeing to work for the dark side. And here Lauren's saying, I'm not dark. I'm not dark. 9 times in her 9-hour live.
Being possessed, or agreeing to work for the dark side.
Do you guys work for the dark side? We're the dark side over here.
So I'd like people to get a close look
that's
at
a pretty
me.
heavy accusation.
Look in my eyes. You can tell light in somebody's eyes. Look.
Wait, I'm like, that's a pretty heavy fucking accusation, y'all. This was my introduction. I had no idea how deep this was gonna go. Holy shit. Look at me. I'm like, what have I gotten? I knew these kids were missing. Okay? I knew these kids were missing. I knew there was a weird cult aspect, but I had no idea how bad it was going to get. At this time, I literally thought the kids were hidden away. I really thought they were hidden away.
Or agreeing to work for the dark side. So I'd like people to get a close look
that's
at
a pretty
me.
heavy accusation.
Look in my eyes. You can tell light in somebody's eyes, somebody's eyes and face. It's a pretty good.
What? Look at my eyes. What?
You can tell light in somebody's eyes and face. It's a pretty good indication, you know, if they have some energy they need to clear. And people just have to decide for themselves who I work for.
I feel like I see that when we see these these cases we cover, these murderers, their eyes actually look black.
Yes,
they really.
There's a dullness to it, and they will look darker, like like black, and it is dark black energy,
like shark eyes. That's kind of how I describe it when I see those mug shots and things like that. It's just they look like shark eyes. They're empty. Right. They're empty. You don't look empty.
Well, I can say this: that first, thank you. That first video I saw of Chad in Hawaii, where they caught he and Lori and searched the car and took the black SUV away. They took that video and they got that still shot. And I had to watch the video a few times because I absolutely didn't recognize him. His colors, his aura colors, his layers, his countenance had changed so much. And as in, like, I saw darkness, and his eyes didn't even look the same. The eyes had changed. And I'm going to love it when he watches this and he can hear me say to the whole world that I saw that. And then I've got dozens of people, including media people, who see it too. Maybe they'll
Chad, if
had to wake up
you'd
to
like
the
to
fact that
rebuttal.
he's still being deceived.
Oh, I said, Chad, if you'd like to rebuttal, come on my show. Holy shit.
Maybe they'll
Chad, if
had to wake up
you'd
to
like
the
to
fact that
rebuttal.
he's still being deceived.
Well, you'd like
he
to
will.
rebuttal, Chad.
But just for the
Email me.
record, my angels also tell me that he still believes he and Lori are going to get out of this deal, and that they work for the light side, and that they have some kind of authority to bring about some things on this planet, and he is absolutely deceived. So it breaks my heart, actually, because I do care for him.
Right.
You know, he
no, I
wasn't
get
a
it. You
very
guys
good
had
friend,
a
but I
had a
do not
close working
consider him a friend
relationship.
now.
I get it. I get it. I would
Not
be
in love, not in love, but I do love him, but not in love. Just want to clarify that. You can love
What?
someone. You can
as
love
a friend.
people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
She loves him, but she's not in love with him. Is that what she said? What?
Love, not in love, but I do love him, but not in love. Just want to clarify that. You can love someone. You can
As
love
a friend.
people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can't remember what I was going to ask.
Lost my train of thought. You know why? Because she just told me she loves Chad Daybell.
Is Chad part of all of his kids' lives then?
He was very much part of their lives until a year ago when I saw him. But, you know, your kids grow up and leave the house and they start living their own lives. So there's some of that going on. I have heard through my contacts that there is strife in the family for obvious reasons. His kids are very confused, trying to figure out what's going on and who to believe. They're angry at me. I have broken their heart. They feel like I betrayed them, and I hope they will hear me when I say that I'm doing this because I love them and I want them to wake up to truth, and to everybody else on this planet who have been negatively impacted by Ted and Lori's decisions. And if you watch my videos, you'll see I am even waking up to it, because the first thing I said was, on the first media that I did was, the Chad I know would never hurt anybody. He never hurt Tammy, he never hurt his wife or his kids. And I absolutely believed that. Believed.
You still believe that?
I don't. I don't know if he did or not. And I'll tell you honestly, because the evidence that I now have is stacking up against it. And as I've received evidence from friends, church contacts, media, police, FBI, all kinds of stuff, documents, I have access to hundreds of pages of documents that's been given to me with black and white writing of Chad's own emails to Lori. You know, when you see something black and white, then your eyes are opened. And
you have
you're
emails
unveiled.
between Chad and Lori?
I have information from emails between Chad and Lori.
Wow.
That have been given
before
to me.
we get to okay, so when do you want to talk about that? Because did that happen in the time frame between when you started seeing things? Like, when did he meet Lori? I guess let's go back.
So
when did he meet
That's
Lori?
unclear. That's unclear. I knew he met Lori. I knew he had met her by October of 2018, but my sources tell me it was at least September of 18, and it could have been before then. He started acting super weird to me like July, August of 18. Like,
I think that him trying, like, acting weird to her. There's that list. Holy shit. That's those docs of people who lived in past lives. Oprah is on in darkest. What? I didn't catch that.
really dramatically different. So
seeing things
between Chad and Lori. You know, when you see something black and white, then your eyes are opened.
Oh, right here.
And
you have
you're
emails
unveiled.
between Chad and Lori?
I have information from emails between Chad and Lori.
Wow.
You're hundred police, FBI, friends now have a stack. Know if he did or not, and I'll tell you honestly, because the evidence that I now have is stacking up against it. And as I've received evidence from friends, church contacts, media, police, FBI, all kinds of stuff, documents, I have access to hundreds of pages of documents that's been given to me with black and white writing of Chad's own emails to Lori. You know, when you see something black and white, then your eyes are opened. And
you have
you're
emails
unveiled.
between Chad and Lori?
I have information from emails between Chad and Lori.
Wow.
That have been given
before
to me.
we get to okay, so when do you want to talk about that? Because did that happen in the time frame between when you started seeing things? Like, when did he meet Lori? I guess let's go back.
So
when did he meet
That's
Lori?
unclear. That's unclear. I knew he met Lori. I knew he had met her by October of 2018, but my sources tell me it was at least September of 18, and it could have been before then. He started acting super weird to me like July, August of 18, like really dramatically different. He distanced himself as far as friendship goes. I could see, I have spiritual vision, so I can see people from a distance often, if God will show me. Otherwise, I can't see, and they're veiled. And God would show me that he was texting other women other than Tammy and talking to other women on the phone. And he didn't hide this from me either. I knew he had a lot of people that were interested in the story and people that would email him. And I saw that, I saw that for several years that I knew him. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, like I do everybody. I always look for the good in everybody. And then he started telling me in the summer of 18 that Tammy was having a hard time with her health issues.
Oh, fuck. Here we go. This is way before I knew that he had a part in murdering Tammy, or murdered her, murdered Tammy, rather.
She was on an antidepressant, and they're going to be livid. The family's going to be livid for me telling this important part of the story. She was on an antidepressant and she had gotten off her meds, and then a few months later had decided to get back on them. And that's as much as I know, and I know it from kids, and I know it from Chad. I heard it as this is a first source directly from them. And I talked to Tammy on the phone maybe once during that time. And really, my angels just said, she's really having a hard time. She and Chad are having a hard time. Stay out of it. And so I did. And I only saw Chad. I went to Rexburg September, October, November, December. And during that time, I only saw him a couple times. I didn't see him every trip. And he asked me in August of 2018 not to go over to the house because Tammy was having a hard time and that she was jealous. And I asked him, well, why is she jealous? Tammy and I are friends. I've never had any reason for her to be jealous of me. And and God said, he's hiding something from you. And then I discerned that it had to do with his contact with other women, and she was kind of like picking
up on it.
Yeah. And I don't know if she just lumped me into that or what, I don't know. But
she could have.
There was a lot more going on. And
he wanted you to think, but he maybe wanted you to think that you were lumped into that.
He wanted me to think that. Right. Or maybe his intention was to get me lumped into that.
Okay, so according to my research here, in April of 2019, which was when she did this interview with me, or no, 2019, a year prior, sorry. A year prior, she was excommunicated from the LDS church.
Right.
Because I look at him like he's grooming Lori. There was another woman in Arizona that I believe he groomed, and whether he views it like that or not, because he believed they were married to them in past lives. And I was very open with my husband about the past lives, seeing probations, all this stuff that I worked on with Chad related to my stuff. And that's when my husband started saying, are you more and more, can you trust Chad? Can you trust Chad? And I'd say, not entirely, but I'm still supposed to work with him. And the Lord said to me from 2017 to 2019, February 19, he said, Julie, stay the course. You made premortal covenants and you need to flush the energy. You need to expose the energy, flush the energy. You made covenants, stay the course. And so I continued to do what God asked me to do, which was to work with him as a friend and help he and his family if they wanted energy sessions or whatever. So at that point, I wasn't working with him professionally in any other way. And I got frustrated with him because I would hear from him. He would ignore my texts or calls unless he wanted something from me. And finally in February of 19, I had seen enough in my mind's eye and had been shown in vision enough of what Chad was up to related to.
If you're just joining, this is an interview I did with Julie Rowe in 2020, and we're replaying it for informational purposes. This was before Tylee and JJ were even found. Chad Daybell was not arrested yet, so we're replaying it to see what she's saying. This is me, this is Jay, and this is Julie Rowe, a friend of Chad Daybell's.
Lori and some other stuff that I absolutely had a confirmation from the Holy Spirit that I was correct on what I was seeing, because I was only going on my gifts and I didn't want to make a false accusation. So I confronted him in February about it, and I told him he also had patriarchal energy, which is basically male dominant energy that's been passed down, goes into some control and stuff. And
I lost your video.
Sorry,
there you are.
I know. And confronted him on that, and confronted him on his communications and things I didn't agree with there. And then I can't remember where else. I've got the copy of the text. I'd have to look and see. And I was talking to my husband about this all along. And my husband would say to me, we'd get into these big arguments.
Oh, they'd get into these big arguments. You hear this? Leakage. She's frozen right now, though.
He's like, Chad's deceived and he's deceiving you, related to, certain probations and this light dark stuff, and being able to try to measure, how much light and dark is in there. And I would say to my husband, I'm still supposed to work with him. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with most of what he's saying, but I am supposed to work with him. There's something I'm supposed to learn here. There's something I'm trying to discern here.
Smart guy,
I can tell Chad is deceived on some of this. I'm being told not to even tell Chad that he's deceived for whatever reason. We have agency. I can't interfere. God just said, keep working with him, be patient, be kind, and and then also flush the energy, expose the energy. And I didn't know what that meant. Now I know what it means, you know. At least
so that was in 2018.
More and more is flushing out. More and more is exposing. That was the fall of, it was 2017, end of 2017, 2018. And I know of at least one other woman that he was in contact with that Tammy was upset about, and that was texting, and she tried to get a hold of me too.
So she's saying there was another woman he was texting with that tried to get a hold of her. Did you catch that?
2017, 2018. And I know of at least one other woman that he was in contact with that Tammy was upset about, and that
for making it happen. Thank you.
One other woman that Tammy was upset about. So she just admitted Tammy was upset about her communication, Natalia, with Chad. Talia? I don't know who that is. Thank you so much, Flo. And thank you, yes, to everybody who's subbed up in the past week or so.
That was texting, and she tried to get a hold of me too. That's what I find interesting is that lady, she also lives in Arizona. That lady and Lori and Melanie and Zulema, like that whole group that's involved with Melanie, the nieces, Brandon stuff, they all tried to contact me in 2018, 19, and mostly in 2018. And the other lady that was in Arizona that he was having an emotional affair with, that's what I call it. I knew they were in contact. She had emailed him initially first, and they were in contact. And I know he was actually angry, very heartbroken and angry over that, because she basically cut him off after her husband found texts between the two of them and threatened Chad that he would expose him publicly if he didn't leave his wife alone. So I had not only big red flags, but I heard that personally from Chad. Chad told me that. That's why I know about it. I don't know it from that other lady. I never let her know that I knew what was going on in the relationship. I hope she hears me to know that the reason I didn't contact her is because God told me to stay out of all of it.
I wish the other lady would come on and talk to me. I would love to talk to her. If you hear from her.
I might after this. I might get a hate mail. But it wouldn't be the first one I got. Of the 15,000 emails I've had in 6 years, at least half of them are hate mail. So I'm good with it.
Oh my God.
In the what? In the 15,000
emails I've had in 6 years, at least half of them are hate mail. So I'm
15,000 emails. Half of them are hate. Come on.
good with it.
Oh my God. You take it in stride.
Once you're called, you're the pawn of the devil. It only goes up from there. So,
do you think that maybe these other women, I mean, I guess you wouldn't know this, but wouldn't it be interesting if they were to be witnesses,
right,
eventually in the case?
If they could come forward, if I wasn't the only voice. Yeah, it would be really nice.
Yes. Yes.
I have had a few people email me saying they went to one of Chad's events and they felt like he was flirting with them.
Ew.
If you get, I'm going to ask you right now, if you get anybody who has anything that they want to talk about with him, could you send them my way if they want to publicly talk about it?
Yeah, and when I do my podcast, I'll try to remember to say that. Or, I'm going to put this podcast on my social media, and so anybody that listens to this will hear that. And just say, go ahead and email me at agreatertomorrow2014@gmail.com. If you have anything you want to share about your experience with Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, especially any events you might have gone to,
or Lori, if they've met Lori.
Lori. Now, I've never met Lori. I don't know Lori. I only went strictly on my gifts, on what I saw in her past and what I saw in her future, and what my angels told me, which was stay clear away.
So let's start from there. Let's start from, you start to notice a difference in Chad. You've got these other women that he's talking to. Tammy's getting
gradual. I feel like it started. The only one I knew about was this one woman in Arizona. There could have been others. I knew he was.
But he told you that Tammy was getting jealous. Jealous was his word.
Yeah, he told me that started telling me that in July and August of 2018. So last time I saw Tammy in person was like the summer of 2000.
July, August 2018. He told her Tammy was jealous.
18.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Did you happen to talk to her after he said she was feeling some type of way?
No, and I was never alone with Tammy except for a couple times. I'd walk outside to go look at their chickens or ducks and talk to her for 5-10 minutes here. But looking back on it, like, I never had an opportunity to just go out to lunch with Tammy or just hang out with Tammy. And I'm wondering if that was a control thing on Chad's part because he was afraid of what Tammy and I might talk about.
He didn't want, yeah, of course. Yeah.
He had gotten to know me and he knows I have these gifts. And he also knows that I have this ability to shoot it straight and not do the fake thing. And I get like, I don't put up with that.
Well,
And-
yeah, you would
and
be
so
one that he'd want to keep away from the wife then, to be one-on-one.
Yes.
Because you're gonna be like, okay, Tammy, you need to come out
You
with
need
this.
to know
like,
this. Yeah.
Yeah, and you need to hear this. Yeah.
Except that I was told very clearly to stay out of it. Otherwise, I would have called her. I never called Tammy and said, hey, I know about, so-and-so in Arizona, because I was told to stay out of their marriage, stay out of their mess, and do what I had been asked to do by the Lord, which I did do. And I completed that, the first phase of it, as far as meeting in person with him in December. And then the text messages in February. So there were specific directives I got from the light side into how to handle Chad Daybell those last few years.
Thank you for making it happen.
I hope he hears me. He's going to listen to this, and I hope he hears me.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Oh, damn, I was muted. I'm putting my Daybell playlist in the chat. I put it in there right now. But what I said was, oh my God, she said, he's going to listen to this and look at my face. I look up, I'm like, oh, what do you mean he go and listen to this? That's what I said. Sorry, I was muted.
I hope he hears me. He's going to listen to this, and I hope he hears me.
I have to say I admire your courage because these people seem like they're dangerous. They can be dangerous. I don't know. All these deaths, man, around
my confidence waxed strong in the Lord because I know who protects me. And I'm not afraid of Lucifer or anybody that works with him. I get attacked very physically regularly. I'm used to it. And the more it happens, the more protection I get. I've got huge light warriors that guard me. So not only do I not care what any man on this planet thinks, I care what God thinks. I don't care what anybody else thinks about me. I care what he thinks, and he's asked me to do a mission. I'm going to do it. And if somebody wants to try to get in the way of that, including Chad and Lori Daybell, then I will expose. I will expose whatever that is. And whether people intend to deceive or not, and there's a combination going on there with Chad and Lori.
So, all right. So you hadn't talked to Tammy, and let's fast forward. You hear that Tammy is dead. How did you find out that Tammy
I saw
died?
vision before she died. So
oh my God.
I was told in
she saw a vision before she died. Stop.
The summer of 2015, on that same trip where my husband met Chad and Tammy and their family, we went back to their house after we'd had dinner. And we were in their storage room. He was showing us where he kept his books and some other things. This is in their Springville house. And I actually was in that storage room. It was like a garage, but they didn't use it as garage. And it was just Tammy, Chad, and Jeff and I. And I heard very clearly from one of my angels that Tammy Daybell would pass away within about 5 years. Is what I was
Stop.
told. I didn't know how. I had no idea, and I didn't tell a living soul. I told my husband at some point. I don't know when I told him, but not on that trip. I lost you.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I had to turn off my audio for a second. I'm here.
Okay. And so, and I never breathed the word of it. And then, not to chat or anything, and all the time I worked with him. And then about 3 years ago, I think, I don't remember exactly when, it was like 3 years ago, he came to me and he said he had had a vision of Tammy dying. And he asked me if I had been told anything. And I said, yeah, actually, I've known that for a while. This is what they told me.
Oh my God. So he came to her, she says, and said he had a vision of Tammy dying. And she says, yeah, I did too. What the fuck, Julie Rowe?
And he said of Tammy dying. I don't remember exactly when. It was like 3 years ago. He came to me and he said he had a vision of Tammy dying. And he asked me if I had been told anything. And I said, yeah, actually, I've known that for a while. This is what they told me. And he said, have you seen anything? And I said, no, not really. Not that I can think of. And he described a scene where she was driving his black truck that he usually drove. And there was some snow on the ground and she slid off the road and hit a pole.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Was he going to do something to her brakes?
And he described how he could see her body leaving her spirit and how, they came to escort her and everything. Well,
oh my God. I forgot about this part.
And when he connected his energy like that with me, I saw the same thing. So I thought I was having a vision, but I have since learned that sometimes with my gifts, sometimes I can see what the other person is thinking.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Oh, this is sick.
So I have a telepathic ability, and then I can also see sometimes what people have in their thought. And I don't know if that's what it was, or if it was a true vision. If it was just what
you know what, Julie, I'm going to keep my video off. If you can read my thoughts, you're in trouble. I'm just kidding.
You're freaked out right now. And yes,
I'm
sometimes
like, oh,
I
God.
can see people naked, but I try not to. The light side, we block naked people. We don't want to see their junk.
Oh my gosh.
So
no, I do remember that. I do remember him sending her on the trip alone. I do.
Anyway, yeah. So I can scan the energy. I can look at aura colors. I can see the, if you have disease and stuff like that in the body, which is why I could do the energy work. Well, so it was no same, but Chad didn't know my gifts. In fact, he still doesn't know a lot of them. And I think I'm just disclosing some of them to him right now, right along with the rest of the world. So, anyway, so I'm still being taught by the spirit on what my gifts are, and they're developing and they're increasing as my understanding does too. And that's the same for everybody on the planet, right? We all have these gifts and we awaken to them at different points in our plan, whenever it's time for us to awaken to those, or whenever we start to develop those. And so I came to the planet with a lot of these gifts. Yeah. I mean, it's no different than like if you're a good singer or dancer or pianist, right? You have to practice and you work at it. You might come with that gift naturally, but then you have to work at it. And so,
yeah,
anyway,
and I've seen it in my own daughter, not to, and we will. I've seen it in my own daughter. My daughter has had like this ability since she was little,
yeah.
And it scared her. But now she's 20 and she's slowly.
I think we're talking about two different things here, by the way. My daughter used to sense like spirits or like, what you would call ghosts. We lived in a really, really old farmhouse and she used to hear things like piano playing and shit like that. Nothing like this.
Learning to, I guess, access that ability,
Yeah, you have to work
without
through
it being
it.
Scary.
I mean, I remember in second grade being at the skating ring and seeing this little girl going around the skating ring, and this guy he's probably 18 or 20 going around. And I'm standing there and I can see what's going to happen. And I can see that she's going to fall down. He's going to roll over her and smash her hand. And it happened. And I remember in second grade asking God if I made it happen, because it freaked me out and I was scared. I thought I was a bad little girl. And, trying to understand, like, what's my brain doing and why did I just see that? And why did it just happen? And like, what's this mean? And who am I? I mean, I started asking the who am I questions and what exactly is going on with me? And am I crazy? Way back when I was like 3, 4, and 5 years old, my earliest memories, because that's how I've been on this planet. And from the very beginning, if your veil is thin and you can hear demons and angels, well, then those demons are going to tell you something. So the angels, and it really is like the good angel and the
Thank you for getting the exact quote, runs with scissors. Quote, Tammy was supposed to die on her trip to Utah. She was supposed to. He had seen it in a vision that she was going to die in a car accident on the way there. Zulema Pastenes told detectives. This is fucking chilling.
On your shoulder, you know, they all showing like the cartoons and stuff. You have opposition. So you have the light side telling you something, and then you'll have the dark side come in right after that. Or the dark side will say something and the light side will correct it. But it's often
That's kind of scary.
It's
yeah,
very
but
scary.
it's just spirit realm. It's just matter that's around us. We just can't see it, or most of us can't see it or feel it, but some of us are more sensitive. So those 50% that like me, that email me, that's one of the other things that has given me courage to be more bold about my gifts, is because I've got thousands of people with these gifts that have emailed me and said, no one's ever understood me in my whole life. And now there's somebody that's, you know, being brave and not afraid to say publicly, I can hear my grandma talking to me. She died 5 years ago, you know, or I saw a demon last night and it freaked me out. So it's very real. It's very real. Most people have 5 or 6 senses, and I just still in a multidimensional situation.
So when you saw the things about Tammy's death, your spirits or your angels told you back off of this.
Yeah, so I had pretty clear vision. 3 weeks before Tammy died, I talked to Chad. It was the first time I had talked to him since March of 19. And it was a business call. I was upset with him because of royalties and other things, and he'd been ignoring my texts and emails. And so
This is your publisher is ignoring you.
Yes. I had quit publishing with him at my initiation in March of 19. And again, my angels told me quit publishing. And I thought I was doing it for his
initiation into what?
Protection. I was told I was doing it for my protection. And I knew when I say protection, because I got excommunicated from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on April 9th. So a year ago yesterday was my anniversary.
There you go.
And in anticipation of that, because I had seen that in vision for several years that was going to happen, in trying to protect Chad and being obedient to what my angels were saying, I called him up and I said, hey, I'm going to get excommunicated. You know, I've told you about this before. It's going to happen. And so we need to stop publishing. And he agreed. He and Tammy had talked about it, and they wanted to quit publishing too. And I kept hearing over and over, Julie, it's for your protection. It's for your protection. And I saw in vision that I was supposed to self-publish at some time, but I didn't know when, or go with another publisher. I didn't have clarity on how. I just knew I had other books that were going to get out, and Chad wasn't going to be the publisher. And that I was going to redo.
But you had to stop with him.
And I was going to redo Tragedy to Destiny with a new cover. I saw that before we ever even did the first Tragedy to Destiny book. They showed me both covers, but I never told
So
Chad
what
that.
were you excommunicated? What was the reason?
I was falsely accused of apostasy, priestcraft, defaming the good name of the church, and you know what? There was one other thing I can't even remember right now, but I stand by it. I was falsely accused, but I know it's part of my plan and for a higher purpose that I've been shown that will come forward. And some people understand that now. Some people understand it in a few years. Some people, it might take them until we get into the millennium, and maybe other people will die during the tribulations, and they'll be told why this was part of the plan. But I'm at peace with it. You know, I was angry. I did a podcast called Unrighteous Dominion last year. If somebody wants to find it on Julie Rowe Show, and I did that, and I cleared a lot of energy, and I was angry at the stake president and other church leaders that did it because of how they did it, and they were absolutely wrong, and I make no excuse for them, and they will be held accountable for that. But in a way, I want to thank them because they have freed me up to do the rest of my mission that I knew was coming. So it's been really hard on my family, but we're stronger now as a result of it. So.
What did Chad think of that? What did he say?
He was trying to distance himself because he didn't want to get excommunicated. He was trying to keep his reputation intact. And, you know, my reputation was trashed the first year my book came out.
So now it's kind of like I better distance myself from Julie because she's going to make me look bad.
Yeah, but he was always trying to have his cake and eat it too, because even, 3-4 years ago, I had it get back to me that he was talking behind my back and saying little snide comments about me being crazy or, other things. So he wanted to make money off my books and publish the books. And I believe he also knew, he had seen me in vision, so he knew he was supposed to do the books. And he had invested interest in it financially. I was his top selling author by a long shot. Made more money from him from any other. In fact, he would have been.
She was his top selling author by a long shot.
Able to buy that house in Idaho if it hadn't been for making so much money on my books.
Wait, what? He wouldn't have been able to buy the house in Idaho if it wasn't for her books? Come on, Julie Rowe. What did Chad Daybell make off books? Wasn't it like just a few $1,000s a year? Wasn't like Tammy like running the household on her income? Wasn't there something like that? He wasn't making shit.
And helped him a lot with his finances. They had almost lost their business in 2008 because when was it? The market crash.
Thank you for joining, Galen.
I'm trying to remember now what he told me, but Deseret Book bought out all the small-time LDS. Deseret Book's owned by the church, the Mormon church. And when all the financial stuff happened, most of the small-time private LDS catered book companies, publishing companies went out of business. And Chad's company and Cedar Fort were the only two other than Deseret Book or church-owned bookstores that were left to sell anything, LDS related. And that also, I'm going to say this and offend the Mormon church, but Deseret Book is corrupt. And it's terrible what they've done. So he had a long history, a lot of anger and issues and hurt feelings about Deseret Book and what they'd done. But then my books were put in Siegel Book, which is owned by Deseret Book. Deseret Book itself, where he had worked and had a falling out with, would not accept my books, but Siegel did. He had a good relationship with Siegel Books. In fact, they put me in.
They were the ones that
ads.
published. They published his podcast, correct? The People's.
No, that's Preparing a People. Siegel Book is a bookstore owned by. It's a book chain owned by.
I was thinking of the Preparing a People. Nancy Grace talked to her.
They published his podcast, correct? The People's.
No, that's Preparing a People. Siegel Book is a bookstore owned by. It's a book chain owned by. It's all over the West area. Like I know it's in Arizona, Utah, and Idaho. I don't know if it's in other states. It's like a sub company of Deseret Book. It was an individual, privately owned company, and then when they were starting to go out of business, Deseret Book bought them. And so people in the LDS church, they kind of get this thing like if it's bought by if it's in the Deseret Bookstore, then it must be okay to read. It must be like a approved from the top down. But there's so many politics involved, and they've got plenty of dark books in their bookstore. We've been infiltrated at every level. So people were confused because my books were quote unquote approved by Siegel Book and was their top seller for a long time. They gave me a half-page ad, which they've never done with anybody other than a book that was actually written by a prophet or apostle. But people don't know that.
They do
and
now.
Then there was yes, and then there was the other thing. But people don't know that.
They do
and
now.
Then there was yes, and then there was the other thing that people don't know is that there was a CES thing that went out from church headquarters saying that my first book was considered spurious and that you should not teach it in your classes. Well, first of all, teaching institute or seminary, you shouldn't teach anything other than what the church gives you in a manual. That's very clear in their principles and guidelines for the church handbook. But the other thing is that what they don't know is that someone at church headquarters who was working for the dark side actually doctored those documents and they put fake letterhead on it and sent it out. But the church, instead of getting my back and admitting that they had somebody infiltrated at headquarters, turned their back on me instead. And this is the first time I'm talking publicly about that, and I hope they spread it all.
Wait, what? Hold on. Somebody working at church headquarters. Hold on.
That what they don't know is that someone at church headquarters who was working for the dark side actually doctored those documents, and they put fake letterhead on it and sent it out. But the church, instead of getting my back and admitting that they had somebody infiltrated at headquarters, turned their back on me instead. And this is the first time I'm talking publicly about that, and I hope they spread it all over the internet.
I love her outspokenness. I know, and someone just said in chat, you know the content is good when this chat is quiet. The chat is...
The chat was fuck. No one knew what the fuck to say, y'all.
They're all like, is she for real? Is she crazy?
No, I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You can't.
I know, right?
You can't.
It'd make a good movie, but I got no interest.
That's why I'm glad that we did a live stream, because I wanted you to be able to be candid, 100% candid and not scripted at all. And
yeah, I don't edit. I don't edit like Hidden True Crime does, by the way. This is live. I
want everybody to see, the realness.
Well, thank you. And also because my Eyes Open and Julie Rocha are not scripted either, but we do pre-record that. And so people know.
Kresha, you're going to knock it out of the park. Can't wait for your live. Kresha is going to be live at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time tonight. Good luck prepping. We'll see you there. We'll be there with bells on, baby.
Oh, well, you say they're not scripted, but how do we know they're not?
You can still edit,
this is good evidence. Yeah, this is evidence. Like, guys, it's not
editing.
Like,
yeah, there's no editing involved here.
I mean, I got plenty of people that my family's going to be like, oh my gosh, what did she say? See, I like this.
Flo just dropped her link. You guys have it.
It's like the Lord knows I'm the loose cannon for them, but he knows that I can control what I need to control and say it when I need to say it. However, the dark side knows exactly what a loose cannon I can be, and I think it terrifies them, right? Because if you have nothing to hide, it loses all the fear energy and the power they have over you, gone. And that's the other thing excommunication did for me, was as soon as I didn't have that fear of being excommunicated, I was set free. And I lost the fear of being excommunicated well before I got X'd. So by the time I got X'd, I was very prepared. So
you were
as well as
there.
you can be. The betrayal energy's out of this world. Like, it was insane.
What did your family think when that happened to you?
Well, my extended family doesn't talk to me about it. They just talk behind my back and to my husband. And then every now and then they'll bring it up, but we haven't really had a conversation. And same with my family. I've talked to a couple of my sisters. One brief, very, very rough text conversation with my dad. My mom, she's good at loving unconditionally. So it's been really hard. I've ruined the reputation of the family name, both my maiden name and the rowe name. I've just ruined it. Right. And it's okay. It's part of my mission. I'm good with it. And the repercussions.
And your husband's supportive of you, and that's
absolutely.
That's
he sat in that council, and he was my knight in shining armor. He came to my defense, and he actually stood up when he was getting yelled at too, because I got yelled at almost off and on for about 2 hours. And there were 17 men in that room, including my husband. And my husband's the only one that came to my defense or in any way spoke up.
17 men. Is that what happens when you're excommunicated? Do you have to get in a room with a bunch of these men? I don't know where she is now. Her husband divorced her, and then she got remarried to somebody.
With any kind of reasoning or truth or another side or possibility, even though you're supposed to have, half and half, one that represents you and one that represents the church. And that absolutely wasn't a council. It was an interrogation, and it was an ambush. It was so bad. So bad.
I just noticed we did this interview on Zoom. That's how old this is. Zoom. I didn't even realize we're on Zoom.
So, and I got yelled at, and falsely accused on a lot of charges. Although those men to this day still think they did the right thing. And that's okay. I'll see them at the judgment.
Do you have any regrets? Do you have any regrets?
I have no regrets. No.
That's all that matters.
Doesn't mean I think I'm a perfect person. I repent of those every day, multiple times a day. I've made mistakes, but I did not make the mistakes they accuse me of.
You've learned. It's and that's the thing. It's a difference when you have regrets versus learning. So if you've gone through something, you've learned from it. There's no regrets.
Right.
It's an experience.
I have a clear
moving
conscience.
forward.
Right. I have a clear, clean conscience. The other thing, like this came up today in a conversation I had with somebody about some project we're working on, the Wasatch Wake Up. I did a Brian Hyde radio interview in May of 2016.
Christina.
And I told everybody that Wasatch Wake Up is imminent. I never gave a date, but everybody else on the internet assigned a date, and the rumor ran around that I had given the date, and it's still going around that I've given a date. I have never given a date. I had a couple of my closest circle that I thought, I surmised maybe it could be at, certain time, but I have never given a date and publicly, but I'm still falsely accused of that. And the word imminent was given to me for a reason. If you look in the scriptures about the word imminent, do some research on that and see what the Lord says about imminent. Now they're telling me, so that at first they said the earthquake soon, then they said imminent. This is what I'm supposed to say publicly. It's soon, then very soon, then imminent. No, it was soon, then very soon, then imminent, then right around the corner, then at the doorsteps. And then I was told not to talk about it basically for almost a year and a half. And then this year they started saying, when I'd ask, when is it? And they'd say very soon. And I'd say, how soon? And they'd say very, very soon. And it wasn't until the last few months, right when I saw more of this coronavirus is going to take off like it was. And when I was told very clearly that the 5.7 in Salt Lake was going to happen with a trumpet. I had seen that in vision several years ago. So once it was right before that, I heard them say, okay, you can start talking publicly about the Wasatch Wake Up again. So, man, we're all over. I'm all over the place.
I know. I know. I'm like,
so
we'll do one. Well, no, it's good.
I'm getting my own energy session here.
Well, I know we talked about doing a series, and we're going to cover a lot of different topics. Today.
She wanted to do a series with me, y'all. What the fuck? I forgot about this.
Today we want to just kind of lay the groundwork. Like, how did you meet Dad? What happened? Now, one question I do have.
See, and that never happened. Thank you, Potato. That never happened. We were going to do a series, but then Chad got arrested. The kids were found. She was ready to put her whole narrative out with me.
Is he defended you when you were excommunicated, did he not? Did he write a blog defending you?
He didn't.
He didn't.
He actually did the opposite. He started talking trash on me, and he wouldn't comment. And on a vow, he doesn't know I know this, but I have contacts, and they send me stuff. Somebody would make a comment about it, and every now and then he'd like it. It's like his way of saying, "I agree with you." So, to my knowledge, he did not defend me.
Oh my God.
He did the opposite.
Someone just made a comment.
The betrayal I had was long ago. I had betrayal from him, it was clear-cut betrayal in December, unspeakable, more clear for me in January. By February, I knew he had betrayed me and would betray me worse. And then a few months ago, the reason I started speaking out more was because that was my cue that I got from Lightside that I was waiting for, to get from him publicly in black and white writing that he was denouncing me and my mission and
2 months
and
before
certain things that he knew about me. And the very first time Chad communicated to the public was through Christopher on a vow, and he had Christopher type out notes saying, I think the issue here, and this is in regards to Chad's weird religious beliefs that were just starting to be exposed, which were not mine or attributed to me, but he was trying to attribute them to me to get the picture off of him. And the verbiage was basically, I think the issue here is that people are confusing me with Julie Rowe's religious beliefs, which I have studied but since rejected. And that is an outright lie. And as we get into more of these podcasts.
Yes, this was live stream. This was not edited or pre-recorded.
I hope to do with you. I would love to spell it out.
See?
And as we get into more of these podcasts that I hope to do with you, I would love to spell it out and say, let me tell you why it's a lie. Let me tell you.
See, I had a whole thing lined up with this girl, and then everything happened. Everything was came to a head 2 months later.
Where we delineated. Let me tell you where we
Hey,
disagree.
Belinda.
Let me tell you where we still disagree. Let me tell you what the true doctrine is and why some of it feels like, what is this?
This is me, Belinda, interviewing Julie Rowe, who was a friend of Chad Daybell's.
And others goes, what the hell? I just offended all the Christian community on Good Friday.
Oh, yeah, we did this on Good Friday. This was Good Friday of 2020.
And
by the way, you look lovely in purple, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. It's for Good Friday. Thank you.
I want to clear some confusion up in chat here. We decided before we did this podcast that we were going to do a series. So I know you guys have a lot of questions about visions of the kids and things like that, and we're definitely going to get to that. So be patient. Yeah. It's coming.
This is very layered. This is like
it is.
Like
and
go
ahead.
If you had a 7-layer dip, we haven't even laid the refried beans.
Yeah, I haven't even laid down the beans. And I think it's important that everybody understand that this is not cut and dry. All of this is interesting. All of this matters because this shows us a lot of the beliefs that a lot of us aren't familiar with. I'm not familiar with it,
and this is part of the higher plan. They keep telling me with the opposition we get because of Chad and Lori and the choices they've made. There are millions of people being exposed to portions of truths that have been lost that need to be revealed and brought back to the earth to get people ready for the Lord's second coming. There are bits and pieces of truth that have come out. It's just that it's a huge distortion on truth, which is exactly Lucifer's MO. It's what he does. So we get to correct it, and that's exciting for me. Yeah.
And I'm happy to give you a platform to that because I want to look at all angles and aspects of this case. Yeah. That's why I say I will talk. If there's anybody that wants to come on and talk, I'm willing to give them a platform. I'm not here to take sides. I'm here to give a platform for better understanding as a whole to this case.
Right.
I don't know why there's people in chat that are upset about that because there's backstories to every case that we follow.
Yes.
Every single true crime case, there's always a backstory.
Yes.
And if you just want to read what the media puts out, by all means, go to CNN.com or go to whatever news source and read the article. But this, you're not going to get there. And that's what I find interesting.
I've given 40 minutes to an hour to every single one of these news agencies, if not 2 and 3 and 4 hours, and you see what they've chosen to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's why I wanted you to have an hour.
They all know a lot of this, and they're not telling the whole story, but they're doing their job the way the media is set up to do it.
Sure.
When you have a podcast, you can do it differently.
And that's what's so great about having this platform, because I don't have any rules to follow. I don't have a producer telling me, no, you can't talk about that. I want to hear it all. And you know what? If people think that this sounds crazy, then don't listen. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but to come here and say, well, why are you talking about this?
Well, people are freaked out about coronavirus. Wait until next year or the year after that.
Oh God.
Wait till we're like 3 years in and we got some of the worst plagues ever. And people are like, crap, maybe she wasn't as crazy as I thought. Maybe I should have listened. Or when we have foreign troops on our soil, or when Salt Lake is flooded from the Great Salt Lake from a big 9-point earthquake, 9.5, and when foreign troops have taken over all of I-15, when Chinese have come into the West Coast, or the Russians into the East Coast, into the Gulf of Mexico, what are they going to say then? What happens when we see what happens on toilet paper run, let alone food? What happens when the food rots at the docks? It doesn't even get off the dock. What happens when they want to chip you? They're already talking about it. Get a vaccine for coronavirus. Guys, it's a scam. They have mutated genes. There's more than one virus that's causing this coronavirus. It is a scam. There really are people dying. The numbers are false with what they're doing. It's a bigger plan with the puppet masters and the cabal, and it is some crazy stuff. But some of those conspiracists are actually telling you some of the truth. and some of the craziest stories you think couldn't be possible are the truth. I don't come at from listening to any of their stuff or from researching any of it. I come at it from a spiritual view, which makes people think it's even crazier. But my source is authentic, and I'm not going to deny it, whether people think I'm crazy or not. They can go, there's now enough research on the internet to know some of this stuff. When I had my near-death experience almost 16 years ago, none of this, like hardly any of this stuff was out there.
I have got
like
something good
China
after
and Russia,
this.
they didn't even have it out there that China and Russia were working together, or that they had any really bad strifes with America. Now you see the dominoes lighting up, and we're going to have war in the Pacific. We're going to have a 5-month war, and then we're going to have a 13-month war on American soil, and then we're going to have a 3.5-year war in Armageddon in Jerusalem, and I'm going to see it in my lifetime.
Well, Julie, stop cheering me up over here.
Well, the good news is, I know, and this is where they're like, "Oh, she's a doomsdayer," and I'm like, if you have faith, you're prepared.
Are you? Are you a doomsdayer?
Absolutely not. You know what? You know what I'm living for? I'm living for the day that we can get the wickedness off the planet, because it's going to happen. The wicked people want to depopulate. That is not the solution. The solution is to raise the energy vibration of everybody on the planet so that they can ascend to be with God and go home. Whether they're on this planet or another planet or in spirit realm, the goal is to gather people back home, to gather the human family home. That is what I get excited for. That's why my book is called A Greater Tomorrow, because I look through that. Even in the tribulations, we can have good days. We can have peace. I am totally prepared for what's going on with coronavirus, and I have no fear of it. And I know how to energetically clear it out. People can believe that or not, but the power of the mind is absolutely phenomenal. And you can energetically clear coronavirus. If somebody is wondering about this, they haven't looked, go see my Eyes Open channel on YouTube and watch the coronavirus free energy session. And you see what your energy does and if you feel any different. It might freak you out because it's real, but
well, I'm a firm believer, Julie, and that if you envision what you want, that you can, it will happen. But you have to be able to focus on what you want and picture your life the way you want it.
Yes.
And it takes a lot of energy. And that's one thing my daughter is working on right now. And I find it fascinating because we think so negatively.
Yes.
We think so negatively. You know, we're so quick to say,
we're talking about different things.
Oh, I'm going to die from this coronavirus. I'm doomed. You know, it's going to hit everybody. Instead of thinking at it and envisioning what you really want to happen. It's a really interesting concept. But before we close this up, I want to ask you one question about Lori and Chad and their beliefs. And that is their belief that the world was going to end in July. What do you know about that as far as what that means or where that came from?
Chad never told me that. I never heard Chad talk about the world ending. His belief the whole time I knew him, now maybe this has changed, his belief the whole time I knew him, that he at least said to me, was that he believes we're going to have the 7 years of tribulation and transitions. And then we're going to go into a transition period before Christ comes. That's what he told me he believed. I don't know if there was some kind of email between them that crap hits the fan in 2021. What Chad means by that, or 2020, could be plagues and stuff like that. He's off on his timeline, but there are things that are coming, and we see that coming, and there's going to be bigger stuff coming in 2021. That's why the government has the UN's behind this Agenda 21. There's a lot going on behind the scenes in governments around the world too. So he believes in the tribulations, and so does Lori. That's what Chad told me. That's anybody that went to the Preparing a People conferences and Lori met him there. That's what those followers believe. They believe that we are preparing for the second coming of Christ, and that part of that is the 7 years of tribulation. And any good Christian who reads their Bible knows that that's a true doctrine.
Come on, you know Christians don't read the Bible.
Mormons, Christians, they don't read their. I do.
Actually, I was raised Catholic. I can only vouch for the Catholics.
Well, maybe if people haven't read it for a while, they should go look at what Isaiah said and the book of Joel and Revelations. I'd start there. Although Isaiah is encoded and it's very deep, and if you don't have the Spirit with you, it's really hard to understand. So maybe they should just go skip on over to what John the Beloved wrote, John the Revelator in Revelation.
David Warlock.
And I will say this, that Revelations 12, the sign of Revelations 12 was in 2017 with the solar eclipse. and there's
Thank you,
all kinds of
postcards.
stuff tied to the relationship.
So does all of this fall into the story that the kids turned into zombies?
It's Chad and Lori's distorted views, and I would love to clear up some of that.
Okay, do you want to do that now, or do you want to save that for next time? Because
my phone's at like 8%, so we could say as much as we can. And then my phone goes dead.
Is it going to be more than 8%?
Well, we don't want to.
I want.
I would joke and say we should leave a cliffhanger, but then for those people that are just tired of hearing me talk, they might not ever go to the next video.
Well,
so let's just get it out there.
You know what? That's fine. If they don't want to hear you talk, then they don't have to listen. But I, for one, am interested in what you have to say, and it's my channel, and that's all that matters.
Okay.
So,
all right. So we'll go into greater detail on it on another podcast. But
on the zombie. But that's a true belief of the doomsdayers, then?
No.
Like that's
no.
This is just them?
That's Chad.
This is just Chad and Lori. Okay.
In his novels, which are fiction based on his visions that he's had about his family, he kind of jokingly takes lightheartedly that they looked like zombies. And when I would talk to him about it, he only used that term with me that I remember maybe once or twice, because he knows I'm not okay with it and I don't agree that way. I think that's why he didn't. And he was insecure around me about saying something like that. And I refuted it when he said it. What I understand using my logic as well as what I'm hearing from the other side is that he thinks that a zombie is someone who is possessed by a dark spirit, either, and I don't know if he means like entirely possessed or partially possessed, but that
would it be a reason to kill them?
It's never a reason to kill anyone. We never have permission. We never have permission from Lightside to kill anybody.
Okay, so at this point, we did not know that the children were deceased. Kilea, this was a friend of Chad Daybell's that I interviewed back in 2020.
Now, he might have justified it with some warped perspectives from reading things in the scriptures and getting dark messengers to tell him that in some cases it's okay to kill for the betterment of the world or something weird like that. Right? Mm-hmm. We can go and delineate into that in more detail based on some of the manuscripts I've been given from those emails and documents they have also between Melanie and Ian, and what Ian reported to the police. And so that could be a whole podcast on itself. So I would like to be able to compare and contrast with what is recorded to be believed by Chad and Lori and what is true. To get rid of the fear people have, because you see all these zombie shows they've been doing for a while, and the dark side does like to put things in our face, right? They're telling us all the time what their next step is in these movies. So there will be people that look kind of zombie-like, and they will have possessions, but it is never okay to kill anyone. And he talks about, a dark spirit being able to force somebody's spirit.
I remember listening to Jason Mao's shit. Ugh.
Out of their body and take over their body. That is not true. You can't force anyone. You can willingly give up your body partially, but you're still always attached to that body until you die. And there is no such thing as what Chad was saying as far as somebody gets stuck in this limbo state because somebody's taken over their body. That is fear mongering by the dark side, and they've convinced Chad and Lori that it's a true doctrine, and it's absolutely false. And it's to create more fear on this planet that, people are going to get killed, or two, somebody's going to think they're dark and possessed or whatever. It's a load of crap.
Okay, so on the next podcast, I want to, I'm going to make a note of this. I do have a bunch of questions that people asked. Okay, and I did copy them all down, you guys. I was copying and pasting. That's why I was all over. So I have all of those questions. I know your phone's about to die. So next podcast, let's start with those questions, and kind of it'll wrap up this segment. And then I do want to ask about how you found out about Lori Vallow, that Lori Vallow existed. But I'm going to hold that there, and I want to start there.
Damn it, we never got to it
next time. But Julie, thank you so much for your openness, your candidness. You look beautiful today. I want to thank you for coming on, and I know you take a lot of flack for your outspokenness, but I want you to know that I appreciate it, and a lot of people that are watching appreciate it as well.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time. I just want to expose darkness and reveal truth wherever it may be. And I'm human. I make a lot of mistakes. I'm not the most well spoken, but you will always get the truth from me.
I think you're very well spoken. I think you're very well spoken.
Thank you.
So great job, and thank you for joining me again. And enjoy your weekend. And hopefully we can do this next one very soon, sooner than later. We'll get together and check out your calendar. Yeah, text me.
Yeah,
all right.
All right.
Thank
Happy
you,
Easter.
Julie Rowe.
Christ almighty, we were texting.
Happy Easter to you as well.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
We're not done yet. There's one more thing I wanted to show y'all.
I don't know how to hang up.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. That was awesome. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That'll be good, right? Are you still on?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
I am
All right,
still
thank
on.
you.
Okay. Bye,
Thanks.
Julie.
All right. Bye. All right.
She's so funny. You know what, you guys? I think that...
Okay, so that was that one. Now, let's go to this. This is a year later. This is a year later. This is Julie Rowe. And it says, Julie, look at... Wait, hold on. Julie is pissed. It says. Look, Julie is pissed. So let's fix the screen. Thank you guys for listening to that. That was pretty wild. I have to say I never replayed that after we did that interview. But here we go. Let's watch it. This is Julie is pissed. This is from June 22nd, 2021.
You're live. Can you put me on the bigger screen? Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hang up. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Julie.
Hey. So we decided to get started a little early. We're still trying to get the technology figured out on these lives. How you guys doing? So, I never really know right until I start talking what I'm going to talk about. But I got a text message about 10:30 this morning from one of my contacts that Sean Little Bear did a 3-hour interview with somebody named Lauren Matthias, podcast Hidden True Crime.
She said, Lauren Matthias, Hidden True Crime. Hear this? And she's pissed. Listen.
She left Lauren Matthias, podcast Hidden True Crime. She left the church years ago and is married to a psychiatrist who podcasts with her. They talked about my class that Carl Danger videoed. And also, Sean Little Bear is claiming a lot of shit, including about me. So, I don't know, sometime in the last couple of years, I had one of my contacts who's friends, was friends, I don't know if they still are friends, with Sean's wife. At this point, Sean had been married about a year to his new wife, and she had come to my friend and had told her that Sean was abusive and she was leaving him. Now, I just heard from one of my staff members that they are back together, so I have no idea. I don't keep up with people's lives. I have my own life. But I'm just going to put this out here. I would never have done this except that Sean just spent several minutes talking trash on me on this podcast. Now, first of all, I find it interesting that very few people have interviewed me these true crimes. I've only interviewed with 2 podcasts when the story first broke, and nobody seems to want to hear it directly from me. What goes on in my life, what has gone on related to Chad Daybell or anybody else. So one of the things that this wife of Sean Little Bear said to my friend a while ago, I couldn't even tell you when it was. A couple of years ago, a year ago, no idea. I don't pay attention. But apparently Sean Little Bear just brought this up in the podcast. Quote, he also says a woman told him you wanted to have a child by Sean. Okay, so I'm going to debunk that lie. And I'd like Sean to listen up real carefully. You and I both know that's a lie. Whether a woman came to you and said to you this or not, you and I both know that's a lie. Apparently, now I have not listened to the podcast that this guy did with her, and I'm not going to because I have better things to do. I have children to feed, safe houses to prepare, and people to take care of. I am not going to waste my time on debunking every lie that's out there. But I will do this one because I know this is going to explode due to what's going on with the Chad Daybell story. Now, Chad spoke at the Preparing a People conferences. I spoke at one for a half an hour. Sean spoke that afternoon. And I can tell you this much, Sean, you were so boring. I didn't even stick around to hear you. Okay? I don't even know your story. The reason I talked to Sean on the phone one time,
she said he was boring.
I was on a family vacation with all three of my kids in the back seat and my husband driving, all of them listening to everything I said, was because Chad Daybell asked me to call Sean Little Bear to encourage him to write a book with Chad. That was the purpose of the phone call. That's the only conversation I've had. I never talked multiple probations with Sean Little Bear. I had no idea that Chad or whoever the hell got a hold of Sean said anything about him being Samuel the Lamanite. But I can tell you that's bullshit. Not only did I never say that, I never thought it. I will tell you who Chad tried to tell me was Samuel the Lamanite, which is also bullshit. And that's Hector Sosa. So I don't know what Chad said to these guys, but I had nothing to do with it. And I did not believe the bullshit. Just like the bullshit about me wanting Sean Little Bear to be the father of my baby. Now, here's one way I'm going to be sure to debunk this lie. I am 48 and a half years old. When I was 38,
Do we have another half birthday? Julie Rowe and Lauren Matthias. Today's my half birthday.
Had such extreme health issues with my reproductive system that I had an endometrial ablation done. I have been sterile for 10 and a half years. Sit with that. I will say that I've had dreams of myself having a girl and boy twin in the future, later on. I don't know how much later. I don't know how old I am, but I look younger than I do now. I'm in this body, but this body looks different. It looks younger. It is healthier. They have dark brown hair with a slight curl and blue eyes. I can't tell the color of the little girl's eyes, but the little boy has blue eyes. I actually told this to my ex-husband a couple of different times. To say I am a little pissed at the continued lies going on about me is just the tip of the iceberg. I am to the point where I don't give an F. Okay, I would love to say the real word for all you judgy Mormons and Christians out there, but I don't care. Not for my own sake. My reputation, what little I have left, has been trashed for over 7 years. But don't come on social media and make shit up about me so that you have more people that you're deceiving. The problem people have with me is because I shoot it straight. Now,
hey, at least she didn't go file an RO and set someone up at a fucking convention. I'll give her that. I'll give her that.
One thing I did hear that Sean Little Bear said that is true is that Mike James wanted me to do Preparing People and Nancy James did not. I know this to be true because the Lord himself told me this, showed me this, and I do have gifts, and I could see remotely, because I can do remote viewing, that Chad was talking shit on me, Sean Little Bear was talking shit on me.
Through remote viewing, all these people were talking shit, y'all. It wasn't leaked text, but that shit was seen remotely.
Mike and Nancy James talk shit on me. And I took it as a compliment. You know why? Because the Lord himself told me to stay away from preparing the people conferences. I give you my word on that. I did not know what Chad Daybell was up to. I knew he was making lists, that he believed in multiple probations.
I knew he was making lists, but what did she tell me? She had those lists, remember? Uh-oh.
So do I. I don't believe in his stupid ass chart that he did and all of his whatever. I don't know if he did diagrams. I know he did lists. He tried to show me those several times. There's also some bitches from Arizona. Well, there's all kinds of bitches.
Oh my God, I almost spit out my pop. I have never seen this. Holy fuck.
There's also some bitches from Arizona. Well, there's all kinds of bitches out there that are very jealous of me, including Nancy James and Sean Little Bear's wives.
His wives, plural? What?
There's also some bitches from Arizona. Well, there's all kinds of bitches out there that are very jealous of me, including Nancy James and Sean Little Bear's wives. I have gifts, you guys. I saw it miles and miles and miles ago, right along with Melanie Gibb and Lori.
Wait, what?
I saw it miles and miles and miles ago, right along with Melanie Gibb and Lori. One of the many reasons I stayed away from them. So, I ask you, those that are listening.
What were the fucking lists? Yeah.
Why are people jealous, and why do so many people want to lie about me and discredit me? What's in it for them? Why the opposition to my message? Why do so many people hate me when all I have done is tell the truth? One of the lies that keeps going around is the first podcast I did where I said that the kids were safe and Chad was innocent. You guys, I woke up to the truth right along with the media and everybody else.
Whose interview was that? Did she say that in mine? That she had visions of the kids being okay?
I did not know that Chad had deceived me the way he had, right along with everyone else. I have gifts, but I am not perfect in them. I was told by Spirit Realm that the kids were safe, and I saw them in a beach house and on the beach. My gifts had not advanced to the point at that point that I could tell that that was in Spirit Realm. Sometimes the dimensions look so real to me, they look like they're in real time in a physical setting, because that is how real my gifts are. I wasn't trying to deceive anyone. I did not know that they had passed to the other side. But I did do an interview with Nate Eaton the Friday before the Tuesday the news broke out that the bodies were found on Chad's property. And East Idaho News willingly chose not to air my video, where I came out publicly for over an hour telling Nate Eaton that Chad had killed the kids.
For making it happen. I want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Friday before the Tuesday the news broke out that the bodies were found on Chad's property. And East Idaho News willingly...
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I read Mom Interrupted super chat. Thank you so much for your super chat.
Chose not to...
My husband's vacuuming, so I muted.
...air my video. Where I
and I said, thank you, Hawkeyes, for being here from Kresh's channel. Thank you.
The bodies were found on Chad's property. And East Idaho News willingly chose not to air my video, where I came out publicly for over an hour telling Nate Eaton that Chad had killed the kids. I have told media and FBI what I know. I have worked with the FBI. I have called the Rexburg Police Department and left messages. That's on them. I have done nothing but tell the truth. I have 46 contacts of media that I've talked to, and probably close to 200 hours of media that I have given information. And you guys have seen what the media has done with it. Very little. So I continue to take bullets in social media and from all kinds of people because they think, based on what the media's put out there, the little clips that I've said, that I was in cahoots with Chad Daybell, or that I was holding out, or that I knew something. This is bullshit. How's that feel? So for all the judging Mormons out there, or anybody else that decides to judge me on this planet, good riddance. When you get the plague, when the Russians come in.
What? What? When you get the plague, when the Russians... What you got against the Russians, girl?
When you get the plague, when the Russians come in, when there are earthquakes in your backyard, when your house falls off of East Mountain, when you are flooded in Saratoga Springs, when the Russians raid your house in Tucson, Arizona.
What? What the fuck? This is not going to happen, guys. The Russians are not going to invade homes, okay? This was 2021. We have not had any Russians invading our homes, okay?
Saratoga Springs, when the Russians raid your house in Tucson, Arizona, Oro Valley to be specific. Good riddance. You will deserve what you have earned. Karma is a bitch and it's real.
The Russians are going to bring karma?
I have done my best to help, to warn, to seek, to use my gifts. Yes, to prophesy. Because guess what? Prophecy's real. And the shitheads at LDS services in Salt Lake are not prophets, seers, and revelators.
I believe you. I believe you on this.
They're con artists. They are satanics. They do cult behavior. Watch their body language, their voice intonations, their hand motions, their handshakes, and all the other shit that I was blind to for a long time too, despite my gifts. The entire planet has and is being brainwashed by Luciferian agendas. I plan very soon to hide in the mountains, just like I fled to get here.
She's gonna hide in the mountains. Is that where she is now? Is she in the mountains?
I live in an apartment now. I am building a house. It will be my place of safety where I will be hidden.
I think she was scared, Kresha, of the things she saw and found out.
Throughout the tribulations, in great sorrow. As from a distance, I watch millions of people suffer and die. But this is no different than what I've experienced for the last 16 years of my life, almost 17. And really since I came to the planet as a small child, with visuals, being able to see into the future at the age of 3 years old. I do not expect you to understand. I expect empathy and kindness to me and everybody else on this planet. And if we can't have that, then let this world burn.
Oh my God. Burn it down. What is she talking about?
My anger is kindled and the Lord's is too.
You ain't burning my world.
I witness and testify to you of that.
What?
I know who I am. I know my mission. I will do whatever is required. I will do my part to help cleanse this planet. The Lord will not stay his hand much longer.
Y'all, I interviewed her a year prior to this. She was sitting in her car talking to me. What the fuck?
Your mother in heaven is angry. She talks to me daily.
Oh my
Call that blasphemous. Call that disrespectful. Those of you that have been taught that there is no mother or that you cannot talk to her. That too is a lie.
Jesus.
Wake up, people.
Not all Mormons are like this. Keep that in mind.
You could say I had a rough night. Because when I take beatings for doing classes or Zoom sessions or these live podcasts, and you people have no idea. You have no idea what I go through. How dare you judge me? In fact, I dare you to judge me, because with what judgment you judge me, so shall you be judged. That goes for my parents, my siblings, my extended family, Jeff's family, Jeff, or anybody associated to him. I dare you. Keep it up. You will get the karma.
Your mama's high, bitch. Get out of my chat.
And to Sean Little Bear, I find you disgusting. Not only would I never have your child, I would never dare let you touch me. I find you repulsive. I see nothing in you but gray. I know who you work for. I've known for a long time. Same with many others who are out there.
On Prime Crime.
So you guys go ahead and pride yourself on your knowledge, on whatever spiritual gifts you have, on your ability to see or hear or feel what you think you can see and hear and feel. But I will tell you, you are still blinded. You are veiled. There are veils within veils upon this planet. And there is such a thing as righteous indignation. So judge me for my anger today, and I will come right back at you and say, bring the whips.
No, I'm not mad at her. I'm not mad at her at all.
Christ had whips at the temple. He was angry.
She is very brainwashed.
And if he's allowed to get angry, I'm allowed to get angry. He was not and is not the wuss that the Catholics and the Mormons and everybody else tries to make him out to be. He is a strong, noble, valiant, brilliant man. And I will stand with him, and I will witness of him, and I will testify of him, whatever he asks me to do, despite your judgment.
Who's she talking
Despite
about?
your curse energy. Despite your wizardry. Despite your witchcraft and whatever shit you want to throw at me. And we will continue to make worlds, and we will continue to create light. And we will continue to move forward in this plan, and you will not stop us. The Luciferians can do all they can in their power today, but the day will come they will rue. R-U-E. Look it up. I'm 49 and a half. Some days I look older. Some days I look younger.
Well, welcome to reality.
Ask why that is.
Why? Why? Why do you look older and younger? Good days, bad days?
Some will say, where is the love? You have anger. You can't work for the light if you're angry. To that I say, you sure? You think you know me? You think you know God's plan? You think you know God? You think you know his voice? Do you know mine?
She said 48 and a half.
Judge away, for tomorrow you die.
Whoa. Yikes. That's scary, Julie. I don't like that.
And then some will say, it does not matter. See, it doesn't matter what I say or do. Some of you will always find fault. You will always judge. You will continue to point your finger the other direction because you can't look in the mirror at what a shithead you are yourself. If you spent as much time talking to the Lord as you do on your fucking social media, judging each other, wasting hours and hours of a day. Get a life. Create a life. Create light. Do something other than sit on Facebook or TikTok or Twitter or Pinterest or Instagram or whatever other platform you use to distract yourself and waste away your energy, either as an energy vampire or allowing those to suck the energy and life right out of you. I cut all strings, cords, negative attachments, bonds, binds, curse energy. I cut all apron strings, including all umbilical cords. I cut them.
What?
I return, including all. I cut all apron strings, including all umbilical cords. I cut them. I return them to you. I return all your curse energy and judgments upon your heads. All of it right back at you. Anything you send at me, I'm sending right back to you.
It's like a boomerang.
Some will say, don't send the curse energy back, send love. I've been sending love my entire life. I've been sending love for the last 7 years while you guys continue to curse me. And I'm talking multiple dimensions, every level, layer, realm, and dimension, every planet.
Damn,
within
go.
this galaxy and others.
Is this normal speed?
To which I say, I send all the curse energy back with the fullest intent of my heart and all the love I can muster. Because I believe in tough love. And some lessons must be learned. Like a child who must be taught by a parent, sometimes some kids have to learn the hard way. And I'm ready for that lesson. I cut all binds, chains, connections, cords, strings, ties. I return all mechanisms.
Okay, hold on. This is Julie Rowe. We just watched an interview that I did with her in 2020. And this is from 2021. In the beginning, she is pissed because Lauren Matthias did an interview with Sean Little Bear. This is from 2021.
Devices. No longer will I allow you or anyone else to control or manipulate me. I own my energy. I take back my power. I am ready to walk with the gods. And I will no longer be bound to this earth. In due time, I will leave, and I will come when I feel like it.
I don't know.
Instead of being stuck here with mortals who don't care for anybody else than themselves. Who spend more time and energy sucking the life out of their neighbor.
Touche, Kresha.
Than actually serving them. Who live hypocritical. Who live hypocritical.
These people are crazy, y'all.
Who live hypocritical. Oh, apocryphal. Where did they get that from? Why do they call it apocryphal records? There are codes written into the books of our lives. There are codes written into the languages which we speak. Written from before the days of the Samaritans. Have you studied history? Do you know your history? And I'm not talking about what you can just find on YouTube or what the Mormon Church decides to put out there as a true history. You want to know some more true history about the LDS Church? Join me on my Zoom. It's free. You have to register at wasatchwakeup.com. WASATCH.
Damn. Brian, because he talked about her. Because he talked about her. Julie Rowe was a friend of Chad Daybell's. He published her books. That's who she is. And we suspect it went a little further because she did some spiritual healing with Chad. And she got booted to the side when Lori came into the picture. And no, this isn't 9 hours. This is 39 minutes. She's not as long-winded as Whirlwind.
The line crime.
Wakeup.com. It's a free Zoom. Right now we have 350 something people signed up. Friday, July 9th at 6 p.m. I have it scheduled from 6 to 7. I'll go as long as I feel. I'm going to tell you more about my excommunication and the abuse that I suffered. I don't know how much, but you're going to get an earful. I'll tell you about what the Lord has shown and told me about the LDS Church. I understood some of it in my NDE, and it didn't match up with what I'd known. But until I have knowledge and understanding, I don't share it. And now I will tell you I have a knowledge of some things, and I will share it. I will share it boldly, I will share it directly, and I will share it fearlessly. No matter whatever adversarial attacks I face, because I guarantee you I will, and I always do. But in an effort to support Elohim and to spread this message and to dispute the lies, to protect the mission, to defend God the Father, Mother, Christ, Mary, and Joseph Smith, who was not a pedophile, but who lies have been told about.
Wait a minute. I thought that he was a pedo. This Joseph Smith. Who is Joseph Smith? I've heard nonsense talk about him. Isn't that who Lauren broke into the library and found all the names of his wives in a book, she claimed? God, all this just like circles back around. What?
Father, Mother, Christ, Mary, and Joseph Smith, who was not a pedophile, but who lies have been told about. And I will
He married a 12-year-old? Okay, he's not a pedophile, girl. Okay.
Defend him. Because what I know about Joseph is he is a general of general, as is Michael the Archangel, and he will return, and he will be the man-child.
What?
And he will have a twin.
A twin?
How about that, folks? Judge away. Call me crazy. Call me egotistical. Call me deceived. Call me a pawn of the devil. Call me whatever and whoever you want. But when you call me, if you do not know my name and you do not recognize me, I will not come. I will not aid anymore. For I have given my life more times than you know. I have given my soul more times than you know. I have given of my body more times than you know. And for this I have no regret. But I will go forward and I will not look back. And you will be accountable for your choices. Cutting all apron strings. Except for those who want to come along in love and light. And those strings will never be cut. They will be strengthened. You will be brought up. We will bring you into the light. We will rescue you at all costs. There are planets even now being prepared for safety and rescue. GTRF has a mission. It is multidimensional. I don't care if the Matt Spencers, known as Connie Fielding, want to lie and try to shut me down, okay? You guys have no idea who and what you're messing with. This is way bigger than what you understand. But if you're going to be cowards, then come clean, own your own energy like I own mine. Don't hide behind fake names and stupid cartoon pictures or somebody else's picture when you decide to troll my sites.
Hey, at least she's not calling the popo for escorts and shit. She's saying, use your real name because I'll take you on. So, in my opinion, she's got way more balls than Lauren thin-skinned Matthias, who, by the way, never got an interview with her. Miss I Own the Daybell case. Guess who owned it before you did, Lauren? J is for Justice. So, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Or put that in your cup and drink it.
Don't come into the Friends of Julie Rowe pages that my friends have set up and try to steal my friends. I'll tell you this much. If there are my friends that follow you, then they're not my friends. I don't need friends like that. But those of you that want to be true friends, followers or whatever you want to call them, because I've never sought followers, but if you want to call it followers, fine. If you want to be my follower because you believe in truth and you believe in me and you believe in this mission and you know that I am one of the very few on this planet that will shoot it straight to you at all costs, if maybe the only person on this planet, then come along. Join the flock. Get out of the
Oh boy, isn't that what Dr. John just said last night? Whoa. There you go. Isn't that what he said about the flock last night?
Then come along. Join the flock. Get out of the ship Zion and join with those who want truth and who are willing to do what it takes to find it. Now let's flip the energy a little bit. Where do we go from here?
The flock of seagulls.
I'm passionate about what I do. I will not quit.
I'm getting comments as we speak. I just got a comment that said, "You're obsessed with Lauren and Christina." I'm obsessed? Okay.
You may hurt me. You may bind me. You can cut me into thousands of pieces again and again and again. And I will get back up. I will rise like that phoenix. And from the ashes of this earth, we will create a new earth, a true Zion, a loving people, and a planet that I'm finally happy and proud to call home, instead of feeling depressed at what has happened and what people have done to this planet, this beautiful earth that hurts so bad. I call upon all those within the sound of my voice to gird up your loins, gather your strength. It's going to get harder before it gets easier, but I guarantee you one day it will be easier. Not because the trials go away, but because you will find the strength needed to buoy you up and combat any enemy that comes at you, near or far, this planet or elsewhere, third dimension or...
Kim Hastings, thank you
Is
so much.
new to your podcast and he find you delightful. Thank you for your expertise and compassion.
I don't think I have expertise, but thank you for your super chat. I appreciate that, and I'm really happy that you're here. I'm all about truth. I have a lot of experience being on this platform for a very long time, and for the most part, I've kept my mouth shut until this past year. And this, to me, all of this coming out about hidden true crime and seeing all of the other creators that defended her and followed suit and all of that has been really amazing for me to be able to finally talk about things that I've sat in the background and watched, because there's cliquey creators like Hidden True Crime who, if you would speak out about them, you'd get attacked. So you kind of got to wait for things to come around, and people always eventually show themselves. But I appreciate all of the new viewers we have here. And yeah, I can't wait for Crush's live tonight.
33rd dimension, also tied into what the 33rd layer of a Mason is. You might want to study the synchronology, the histomology, the chronology on that. See if you can find that on this planet, where they get what's called a 33rd Mason. Where'd that come from? I can tell you this, I didn't study it on this planet. If you want to combat the 33rd Masons and join me in the 33rd realm, you let me know. I'll meet you. Because the Mormons are tied into the Masons. The Masons are tied into Illuminati. The Illuminati threatens me every day. The puppet masters are the Luciferians. Hollywood and all the entertainers are tied into them. They make contracts. And yeah, I get mad when I can see in vision that they are hunting women and children in the Bohemian Grove and other forests and land. And when
What? I mean, I agree with her about the Hollywood connection and all of that. I agree with that. But what's this bohemian stuff? Is this true? See, they get me with something where I can relate to it, right? Like, I can get down with that. We've seen exposure of, these dark connections. We've seen what kids have gone through in Hollywood. And I'm going to be honest, this was 2021. We weren't seeing a whole lot of the exposure in 2021. It didn't come out. I mean, we're talking, this is 4 years ago. I'm not saying she's seeing visions, but that shit is true. Oh, Bohemian Grove. Yes. I have heard of it. Yes. I haven't dug into it, but I've heard of it.
Hollywood and all the entertainers are tied into them, they make contracts. And yeah, I get mad when I can see in vision that they are hunting women and children in the Bohemian Grove and other forests and land. And when I know that the true reason the LDS Church has farmland and forests, you could say it pisses me off a lot. And I want those fields burned. I want the forests burned. I want them cleansed. I want those elements to start over. And mark my word, one day the Bohemian Grove will burn and there will be nothing left, not even stubble. Everything will be turned to dust.
I think the LDS own more land in this country than any other religion.
This is what I see. This is what I hear. This is what I know. So to all you Luciferians, whether you're consciously aware of the fact that you're serving Lucifer or not, this is my shout out to you. Good luck. Your days are numbered. Sending you love. So I have a busy day. Have some.
She goes from that to I have a busy day. I know, Kresha, and it's absolutely terrifying and disgusting. I just can't.
More sessions this afternoon. Going to close on a house loan. I started it February 10th. It's finally going to close Friday morning. Over 4 months of opposition. A loan officer who's been working on this for 4 months, who says he's never seen something like this with trying to get approved for a loan. You want to talk about bullshit and opposition? Well, I live in Utah. I wonder how many of those people behind the scenes in underwriting know me and know my story. Whether they do or not, Lucifer's been whispering in their ears.
Yeah, I think that would be really frustrating for me too, Kresha. She said, I always feel like people can't get past it being more than Chad, Lori, and Alex. Right? Or even Zulima, Melanie, and Warlocks.
Try to prevent this house from coming. And I'll tell you why.
Tripper, no.
Because I will be hidden up in the mountains. And I will succeed. Now I have computer issues, of course, right when I'm saying it. I don't even know if the video came through on that. I have no idea. All these pop-up windows just showed up on my computer.
I mean, with the LDS Church being so big, this might sound... Okay, let's get our tinfoil hats, okay? Let's get our tinfoil hats. Okay, Tripper, that'd be great. Because that's something I never heard of. Get your tinfoil hats. Here, I'm handing them out. Put them on. We need them on right now. We know for a fact that our U.S. government has performed experiments on our own people, right? I mean, we can all agree with that. By giving hallucinogenics, by giving drugs, by different forms of training, if you will, right? Who's to say that the LDS religion hasn't dabbled with the same? You know what I mean? To study behaviors and stuff, or whatever their goal is. I don't know what their goal is, but to learn how to talk to people, how to get people to believe shit, to how to influence people. I mean, the best studies are people. If you want to learn how people operate, you study them, right? So why wouldn't they, in order to, get more people to master the task at hand? Because there's something happening to these people. Like, what's happening to people like her? I just don't understand. Like, I literally watched an interview in 1 year. This chick completely changed. Uh-oh.
I was also told my husband's going to...
Did we buffer? I feel like we buffered. Everything froze for me. Dude, she's about to say that she was told her husband was going to pass. Okay, we're back, though. Shit. They didn't like that I said that, huh? I wonder if they own YouTube, honestly. Okay, I'll go back a few seconds.
Something I saw in a vision long ago. Something I was told long ago. I was also told my husband's going to pass away, now my ex-husband. They never told me when. I still believe he will.
Well, everybody's going to pass away. Oh my God, we're buffering again. Just give it a second. Are we back? Let me know when we're back. It's definitely YouTube. They own YouTube, Google, Apple, IBM, Microsoft, and all the things. Good grief. Okay, we're good. Every day I'm buffering. Okay, did you hear that part about her husband? Listen to this. I'd be so scared if I was her husband, because we know what happened when Chad Daybell said he had these visions.
Something I saw in a vision long ago.
That's weird, Potato.
Something I was told long ago. I was also told my husband's going to pass away, now my ex-husband. They never told me when. I still believe he will. I was told to flee that marriage, and I did. And I did it right. My divorce was finalized after 7.5 months. What could have been done in 3, but due to delays from opposition, it took 7.5. It was finalized on 4/20.
Puff, puff, pass.
I had my first date on Friday, 4/23, the night. So, a few big reveals today. Have fun with your gossip, your assumptions, your judgments, your mocking, and whatever else you decide to do on your stupid social media. But for those of you that would actually like to have a life and have a real conversation, feel free to book a session with me.
Pay me.
The more truth I've told, the more...
Oh, when's Lauren going to do that? You think Lauren's next thing will be booking sessions with Lauren? She's going to have to do something.
More my business has died down. Between the Chad Daybell stuff, my excommunication, and divorcing my husband, and telling more truth to the general population, and even in my classes, the fewer that book sessions with me. But I have faith, because you know what? Somehow this house is going to get built. Somehow I'm going to provide for myself. Somehow it's going to work out. Because I don't.
I really hope she's doing okay. I mean, I really do. I don't wish ill will on her at all. Oh, Megan is booking sessions as a life coach. She's walking around CrimeCon 1 minute, videoing a person calling her a stalker, and now she's doing life coaching. Oh, yeah, give me life coaching advice. Please. Please.
The lawn crime.
I believe in scarcity. I believe in abundance. That's what I'm manifesting, and that's what the Lord has promised me. That when all else feels and seems like it's lost, the Lord will come through for me like he always has and he always will. He is who I belong to, not you. I don't answer to any of you. I answer to him. And as long as he is pleased with me, I will take your abuse. Because it's worth it. Because I actually do see the future. Because I have seen the past. Because I can see what's going on in multiple dimensions and planets. So mock away. And to you, I wish you farewell if this is your last podcast. And to those that are just coming on, that would like to get on the crazy train with me, I would like to welcome you home soon.
I don't want on your
And say to
crazy
you,
train.
you're on the right track. You're on the right path. And for those in different dimensions, we have escorts ready and willing as we invite you to the light. We will meet you at the gateways. We will meet you at the access points. We'll meet you in a back alley or wherever you want to go to be able to get through to those portals safely.
Oh my God, portals.
And the mortals on planet Earth, on the surface, who have no idea what I'm talking about, judge away.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with Megan. I don't know anything about her other than the fact that she ran around CrimeCon as Lori Vallow's cousin, videoing somebody. I think that's fucking weird.
This plan is way bigger than you can conceptualize. I'm one piece, one part, one voice. We need more. Where are the courageous men and women who will stop and take a time for righteousness,
Hi,
for
Evelyn.
true righteousness, not the ramyantums?
She's almost done.
It doesn't matter if you have multiple piercings, if you have tattoos, if you're in a white shirt. Who the hell cares about that stuff? Where's your heart? How do you treat people when you go to the store? How do you treat the people that you love or that you claim to love? I love it when people say they're being Christ-like while they're being total shitheads and treating somebody like crap. The Mormons or the Christians who email me or text me or message me on Facebook or whatever else, or post stuff online, whether it's on my pages or somewhere else, or I can see from a distance that they're sitting in their living room with their visiting teachers or whoever the hell else they want to talk to at their family gatherings or whatever, all the while professing to follow Christ and gossip.
We got into this hole because she's pissed at Lauren Matthias in this video because Lauren Matthias interviewed Sean Littlebear and she's pissed. I'll give you her channel link. Hold on.
Gossiping about me or someone else.
It's almost over.
Your jealousy is off the charts.
Jealousy. Here we go. It's always jealousy.
You have no idea the price I've paid or the price that I'm paying or will pay. I do this for you. I do this for them. I do this for us. I agreed to it knowing that none of you would know. I am consciously aware of this. And it hurts like hell.
The lawn crime.
So have a nice afternoon. Have a good week. I will do one more June live podcast. I have decided I will not follow through on my July podcast for free on YouTube, other than the July 9th Zoom class. You have earned this. There is no such thing as free. That energy goes somewhere and someone must pay. And I am not willing to pay the price of what it would take to do it in July. If you want more information, if you want to become a follower, a true follower, subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to my membership on Wasatch Wake Up. It'll be up and running within a week. Book a session, book a Zoom, whatever you feel like you want to do to help you progress. I do not fearmonger. I speak truth. And even at that, I hold back from what I see.
I agree, JR.
For fear that your hearts will fail you, as mine has. But again and again, the Lord gives me strength and energy.
Thank you,
I had
Marie.
miracles last night, and I have miracles every day. Some of them.
Are you speaking to me, Marie? Worth the money to remind you that kindness costs $0? Are you saying I've been unkind? If so, Marie Louise, who have I been unkind to? And you don't have to pay to comment in my chat or get me to read your comments because I'm very, very interactive with my chat. So no need for you to spend your money. I'm curious who I've been unkind to.
I'm greater than others. But I will listen to his words from the blessing I had last night.
I saw your
which is to
comment you
own
made about
my
30 minutes ago.
Identity, own my power, own my energy. And with all of the veracity I can muster, call out the wickedness that I see and bring judgments upon you.
I'm glad it was worth your $1.99, Marie.
In his time, in his measure, as he sees it, as he calls it. But as his witness, I stand boldly, directly, and confidently. It is coming.
That's it.
We're recording.
We're recording, and we're right back full circle where we were about freaking way too many hours ago, about 4.5 hours ago. There is no unkindness, only truth in my streams. Yeah, I laugh and I clown on people that deserve to be laughed and clowned about. Abso-fucking-lutely I do. Because if you didn't laugh at this shit sometimes, we'd all be fucking crazy. So anyways, I am going to wrap this up. I am exhausted. I got to get off this internet, out of this chair. I'm waiting for Marie Louise to give me her answer of what I've been unkind about. But I want to thank you guys so much for being here. Never have to explain myself for laughing, okay? Laughter is the best medicine. Dr. John is not the best medicine. Thank you for watching it, Kresha, with us. It really is insightful to get your comments as we walk through this weird stuff that a lot of us have never been subjected to. So thank you for helping us try to understand. And again, tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Difficult Research, a.k.a. Kresha, in the chat, she is going to be doing a live stream on her channel. And I would love for all of you, there's 1,200 of you there, to go over and support her tonight. Even if you can't be there, replay it, give her a like, whatever it is. She definitely has a lot of courage to do what she's doing. And I wish her all of the luck in the world tonight. And we'll all be there supporting you. So don't feel nervous. You know you've got it. You know what you're talking about. And it's your time to get your truth to everybody. So it may not be on one crime, but it will be on Difficult Research tonight. So I hope to see all of you guys there. It is time to get into the Cooter DeVille, as Britt likes to call it.
A Cooter DeVille. I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille. I saw the dreadlocks over the hill. Not against her will. I got time to kill. Way down in Cootersville. Okay.
And someone sent me a corrected one because AI spelled it wrong. I will replace it. I just haven't yet. Thank you, moderators, for sharing all the links today. I really appreciate it. Look for your name on the screen if our credits decide to work like they are. Thank you again, guys. I appreciate you. Be kind to one another. You love the Cooter DeVille? The Cooter DeVille? Look at all that support we got. Ooh, that sounds delicious, classy, and snazzy. And please hit the like on the way out, and I'll see you guys soon.
I'm being cyber stalked.
The lawn crime.
Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, guys. I'm ending this stream. See you guys in the next one. Stay safe and all that good stuff. Bye, guys.